And such kind of displacement does not most important section, which is fighting back with the adaptation methods. So we've divided it into 4 halves. One is we need to work with the nature. How would we work with the nature? Obviously, we're going to have mangrove restoration and protection, coral reefs and seagrass recovery, dune and beach nourishment. Next, we should have building up smarter. For example, Maldives have done an excellent job in evaluating the flood-proof, relocating infrastructure, zoning and setbacks, and hybrid engineering. How would we save our people? We should give them early warning systems, evacuation planning. We all need money. How would the finance be managed? Is again a deep concern for all of us. We need to have an access to the climate finance system. For example, our latest COP has already spoken about the loss and damage funds that we need to look into. The regional, and obviously the policy has to be coherent to the same. I'm happy to say that there is nothing, that not only there is loss everywhere, there has been nations who are fighting back to it. As I have previously mentioned, Maldives land evaluation project, Seychelles balancing between conservation and coastal protection, Mauritius is working excellently with his reef restoration, Comoros is working on the large-scale protection, so on and so forth. Now, how is India fighting back? India is fighting back in multiple fronts. For example, energy transition previously, we need to adapt in those situations. So these are some of my long-term mitigation plans which I have figured out. If taken care of, it can give us a solution where we can be well protected. For example, strengthening the lives of the standards of the residents, which leads to progressive feasible policy, such as desalination of the Sundarban Delta's fertile soil and fund allocation for research. How would we do that? By 7 ways. Saline resilient seeds, constructions of pakka houses, afforestation, sponsorship fundings, supply of more fresh waters, capacity building, training workshop, and proper marketing techniques. So coming to my last slide, I think it's a time for us to act now for the survival of the islands nation and the coastal communities across the Indian Ocean and beyond. It's a time for us to act. We cannot wait any further, and we need to come up with the adaptive measures we have taken care, be it the immediate ones or the long-taking ones. And for that, I have a few recommendations which would measure the success by 2030. For example, we should have public infrastructure which are climate resilient. Mangroves has to be restored any means, anyhow. Reef water quality improvement, operational of multi-hazard warning so that livelihood is not at loss, transparent adaptation pipelines, and legal frameworks needs to be stringent. How can we do that? By 4 methods: global cooperation, national policies, regional coordination, and local implementation. Unless we have this 4 intact, none of the recommendations mentioned before can work. And as I very rightly think Dr. Aisha said, we cannot wait for global consensus. Our communities are flooding now. We must think globally but act locally, which is an urge for the time being. And finally, before ending, I wanted to showcase this picture. This picture is of a primary school in the Sagar Island. And it is not an AI picture, it's a true picture. Where we see, initially there was a school where students used to go. Right now, it has been submerged. Now they have shifted to another part of the island. So there have been millions which has been displaced by rising sea. And it's a thought-provoking part for us which we need to work for. So thank you so much. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, and a wonderful paper. And it really contextualizes the advisory opinions. Occasionally with jurisprudence, you can become divorced from the context of the substance, and you've given us context and substance. But in the context of the science, the impacts, the low-lying states, the examples from the Maldives, and quite crucially, the essentials of working with nature. And it's about restoration, building the resilience. And again, perhaps a theme that was raised yesterday evening about the human implications. I think that came across as well in the first paper this morning from Dr. Aleka Stephen O'Brien. But it certainly came across in the scientific paper last night. And again this morning in both keynote addresses, that ultimately law of the sea is about people and about regulating human impacts. And it's really nice now to turn to our final paper, and we're going to have an address by Dr. Yudan from the blue economy to blue resilience, tackling the triple planetary crisis in the Indian Ocean. You're very welcome, Dr. Yudan. You have the floor, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. At the very outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And as I begin, I must acknowledge that working on the triple planetary crisis is quite sobering. Despite endless, I think I can handle it, thank you. So I was saying, despite endless commitments, action still falls short. We take more from the planet than we give back. That's why our work here matters, to turn ideas into challenge. So today I'll be speaking on bluing the ocean, positioning the blue economy as a resources to triple planetary crisis. And my whole argument is blue economy has the potential to help us to tackle the triple planetary crisis, but only if it moves beyond the efficient and growth model, and instead if blue economy is anchored in resilience and justice and planetary boundary framework. So my presentation is outlined to show why this shift is vital and how it can be achieved. As before going to the main argument, I thought I'll highlight how oceans are at the core of our life and substance, and I'll not go into the data because you can see here and also being highlighted by the previous keynote speakers and also the moderators. So we know that it's not only an environmental issue, but it's a socio-economic issue which supports coastal ecosystems and also economies and coastal communities around the world. If you look at the economic importance of ocean, 30% of global carbon emission, which were absorbed by the ocean in 2020 alone, has a value of 4.3 trillion US dollars in 2020. And also, coastal ecosystems has contributed 6.9 trillion US dollar in 2020 alone. And also, the marine trade and transportation generated 5.2 trillion US dollars worldwide in 2020. And global seafood market was valued at 81.2 US dollar in 2023. However, we see a new phase in humanity's relationship with the biosphere. We are seeing what scholars call blue acceleration. It's a surge in a human activity at sea. From offshore energy to aquaculture to deep sea mining, the ocean is increasingly treated as an engine of growth, space to meet humanity's rising demand. However, when we talk about the blue economy, we see that how it's impacting on our coastal communities and economy. So here we have a planetary boundaries framework which was defined as a safe limit for human activity across 9 Earth system processes. As per the scientific research, as of 2023, 6 of these boundaries, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and fresh water, have already been crossed and threatening the global stability. And for this, ocean warming or ocean acidification means it's impacting the livelihoods around the world. So for this, ocean is considered or looked both as a victim, where it's absorbing heat, carbon waste, and also it's a solution space where it is looked at as a carbon sink, decarbonization, biodiversity recovery, and resilience. So Indian Ocean region, and indeed all our oceans, are at the front line of climate change, pollution, biodiversity loss, as my previous panel has already highlighted and gone into the depth. So in terms of climate change, we see that sea level rise, flood, coastal erosion, drought, changing precipitation, all are increasing, and impacts are also increasing around the world. And if you look at the extreme weather events from 2011 to 2021, so 2020 was one of the 3 warmest years on record, and 97 million people were affected by these extreme weather events. And weather-related events caused losses of almost $180 billion. And disaster triggered nearly 3/4 of the new displacement which were recorded in 2019. And so the most important thing is that countries that were negatively impacted by climate change are often those with the low resources to adapt to and also to recovery from. So as we have seen, these changes is driving more frequent and intense extreme weather, and disasters are not just natural, they are being amplified by how we have designed or built our societies, too often ignoring the nature's own model of balance and coexistence. Same as plastic pollution is staggering. In 2020 alone, there are estimate of 8 million metric tons of plastic enter the ocean. I'll not go into the depth of it. So climate change and pollution are exacerbating the impact of loss of biodiversity. We see that half of the world's corals reefs are gone, 1/3 of the seagrasses have disappeared, and mangrove deforestation is happening 3 to 5 times faster than the loss of forests on Earth. So together, these forces are undermining the ocean's ability to sustain life. They are clear evidence that we are crossing the planetary boundaries. And so the question here then comes is the blue economy, the concept that is quite important. Is it a promise or peril? So the idea of a blue economy first gained attention after Rio conference 2020. It was seen as a corrective measure to a growth-first model, promising a way to align ocean development with the sustainability. At its best, blue economy is about restoring ecosystem, advancing in clean energy, and delivering food security and equity. It can connect ocean health directly to SDGs. However, there's also a challenge. Without justice and safeguard, blue economy risks becoming just another vehicle for enclosure, extraction, and inequality. In other words, ocean economy 2.0. So one of the reasons for this tension is that blue economy means very different things to different actors. The term has no generally agreed upon definition. As you can see here, the United States sees blue economy as a sustainable use of marine, lake, or aquatic resources in support of economic development, whereas European Union sees as economic activities related to oceans, seas, and coasts. And India also sees a blue economy as a subset of national economy, comprising entire economy. And Seychelles, you can see that blue economy is a sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improve livelihoods and jobs, while preserving the health of ocean ecosystem. So it embodies very different meanings and approaches depending on social context in which it is used. And more so, if you look into how developed countries or developed economies like US, EU sees blue economy, and how developing countries or CIS country sees blue economy are quite different. And for developed economies, they see blue economy or conceptualize mainly on the growth, innovation, and expansion of the sectors. Whereas CIS country or developing country, they see ocean or blue economy as a survival, resilient, and equity. So in this case, also you can see that how blue economy contributes to the GDP, and how the developed and developing are dependent on the ocean is also quite different. Therefore, the developed economies mainly see blue economy as a strategic add-on, whereas CIS or developing countries see it as an existential lifeline. So in that case, there's a potential for miscommunication, and also leading to potential misunderstanding and possibly misguided governance outcomes. Discussion of meanings and implication of this is also vital and need to something that need to be looked into. And despite the sustaining framing, the blue economy is deeply shaped by history, power, and also the politics. And it operates as a contested space. As you can see that it is shaped by capitalist expansion, state sovereignty, and enclosure of ocean commons. What we are increasingly see is what scholars call the conservation and extraction nexus, and where the preservation and appropriation move together, reinforcing the commodification of the marine species. In this system, the winners are mostly the industrial economies, corporates, and losers are mostly artisanal fisheries, coastal communities, where they face exclusion and also sometimes criminalization. So one of the central weaknesses is in the current blue economy practice is the prioritization of efficiency over resilience. So in the efficiency paradigm, you can see that the focus is, or efficiency maximizes output at the lowest cost, rewarding high-yield industries like agriculture, shipping, offshore energy, and it brings short-term gains and also long-term vulnerabilities. While the resilient paradigm emphasizes mostly on the redundancy, diversity, and adaptability, which is anchored in ecosystem regeneration and biodiversity protection. And it focuses mainly on the climate stability, livelihoods, food security, and ensures long-term viability of ocean systems. So the question remains, can the blue economy be reclaimed as a resilient paradigm, or is it sliding back into rebranded ocean economy of extraction? So we also need to see how we need to move from GDP and growth model to more to planetary boundaries framework, justice, and resilience. So there are four imperatives for that. One is a planetary boundary needs to be looked into as a benchmark or to the metrics, not just GDP. And secondly, equity and justice for rights of the small developing countries, coastal community needs to be incorporated. And third is, again, being discussed greatly by my previous speaker, differentiated responsibility, which is, again, large economies must finance shared tech research and reduce pressure on the economy. And then the fourth, resilience as a design principle, we have to take into account of the nature-based solution, diversified livelihoods, and adaptive and flexible governance. To achieve these, then we have operationalize these, we need to focus more, invest into nature-based solution, and then support alternative finance, and also have a regional solidarity or regional cooperation to achieve this, because Blue Pacific as a model into this. To move forward, then we need to focus mainly on the polycentric governance, which resists ocean grabbing and empowering communities. So another strategy is a
3 minutes.
Sure, thank you. Transformative strategies, this can be achieved through participatory system approaches that identify the root causes of vulnerability and inequality, anticipate the impact of future initiative, and design solutions that avoid maladaptation and inequitable outcomes. To guide this shift, there are two principles that are especially important. One is social justice must be at the heart of how initiatives are designed and implemented. And second is we need to discuss or focus on the building general resilience, which means strengthening the ability of socio-ecological system to adapt or transform into response to a wide range of shocks and disturbances. So both are based on these principles. There are three strategies for the coastal initiative to identify and address root cause of the vulnerability, use participatory systems, and build community-centered partnership across scale sectors, bringing together diverse actors to co-design and implement solutions. So another important aspect is success depends on investing into the nature-based solution or blue capital or ecosystem-based solutions. So restoring mangrove, for instance, is 2 to 5 times cheaper than engineered coastal defenses. It also provides multiple benefits like storing carbon, improving water quality, sustaining fishery, and providing coastal defense ecosystem. So to conclude, I think we have to invest into nature-based solution and also have alternative finance. If we anchor ocean governance into planetary boundaries and justice, then the blue economy can truly become a solution to triple planetary crisis. Without that shift, the blue risks becoming just another scale of business as usual. Above all, regional cooperation is essential. These challenges must be understood not just on the issue of national security, but more important as a question of human and ecological security. With this, I end my presentation and looking forward to Q&A. Thank you all.
Really, another extraordinary paper, which again contextualizes the discussion about the need to build resilience. And there is one common theme which binds the three papers together, as well as the two keynote addresses, and it's the issue of equity and justice. And I think that's of paramount importance, and it really frames the debate about the triple planetary crisis. It's also a strand that runs through certainly the ICJ opinion on the climate emergency. Now, the good news is we do have at least 5 minutes. Maybe if we take 5 minutes out of the coffee break, we will have 10 minutes Q&A. So I would like to go to the floor, and Mr. Shetty, please, sir, you have the front row here, and please. We have an extra mic here, so okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kudos to the entire panel for a very cerebral deliberation. I have two quick observations. One, and this is embedded on empirical observation. There is a rising tide of nihilism. You know, there is a constituency of naysayers who are pushing back and, you know, literally mocking at this as a climate change, as a hoax. Now, it's not just in terms of political discourse, but also in public policy space. Now, I think, how do we try and push back against this very contrarian paradigm that's emerging, and literally which is going to undermine all the significant efforts that are underway? So that's, I just want to park it as a thought and elicit your views on that. Because this is how you need to shape and, you know, and try and influence them and bring them into that fold. That's one. And I'm not being very polemic here. I don't want to be drawn into any controversy, but this is a clear, stark observation. The second is, you did, Dr. Banerjee, you alluded to the fact that in a 4-pillar, you know, policy intervention, I think the most critical one is the local community involvement. Often it has been seen, and I can contextualize that to the Indian policy space, over the 5-year plans that we've had, more often than not, it's always been top-down driven. It's never a bottom-up approach. And so we miss out on the key piece that if you're not getting inclusive, you do not have the local community's involvement, and you don't have their buy-in. So you need to empower the self-help groups, for instance, also the local self-governments, and that, I think, is a challenge increasingly. Even as of now, if I may put it, in India, we still far believe that what the central government or the state governments decide, that's best for everybody. And I dare say that that's not how it works. Thank you.
Two wonderful, thought-provoking questions. Pushback on nihilism, and of course, how to engage with local stakeholders, including youth. Please, Professor.
I'll take the second question. First question, I'll reserve my comments. For the second question, I completely agree with you, because when I went for my field study, not only for this topic, I also recently went for a field study on the PVTGs in the state of Orissa. I totally believe it's a top-down approach, and that is a big problem. Language is the biggest barrier, because the officials you're sending them, they are not able to communicate in their language. So why I chose Sundarban? Because I'm a Bengali, I can communicate in their language and I could understand what their problem is. Yes, awareness is a big problem, because they are not aware of the schemes also, which government are, the government initiatives that have taken up. I must appreciate the government that over the years there have been several development, there has been schemes that has come up to help, but awareness is a big concern. So I hope in due course of time that will be resolved. Where you will be there, I will be there. I'm sure things will take a positive change.
Dr. Udon.
So this is just my understanding on your first question, because right now, and also in my presentation, I have discussed how our whole approach is based on the growth model. And also because most of the denialism or hoax are coming from the big companies, oil and gas companies, because they are the one who's lobbying at the most. So in that case, then can we also now look from different angles? So can we then come up with the whole accounting framework for the nature or ecosystem? Because right now we have to then convince even for the investor to come and invest into nature, protection of nature and conservation, because right now we don't have the framework, a more comprehensive framework, even to understand the value of a mangrove forest. Also understanding value of whale, because they provide multiple services like carbon sequestration, provide food and multiple services. So how do we even understand that? Do we have a framework to have those models ready to even convince them? And also to, like I said, because I think it's mostly coming from the big industry. They know, but then they don't want to believe that it's happening, because they don't want to stop their growth model or benefits from that. That's one comment. And secondly, regarding the coastal community or top-down level, how we need to integrate them, because right now India is putting a lot of effort, and they are trying to integrate the local community into the policy level, because I'm sure that because India is huge, I can talk only from India's perspective, it's huge, and also population is huge, large. So there is an effort, and also local communities are taking initiative, because they are local women who are taking initiative in ecotourism, because they're taking in charge of co-management and co-protection of the ecosystem. But then in some of the Palau or small island countries, they have this concept of co-ownership and co-managed protection. So something that we can take those framework into at larger Indian Ocean or in India itself. So we can look into those models, best practices from a small island country. Yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we can go to the World Maritime University, Professor Stephen O'Brien. You're muted, so we just... Yes, you're good.
Thank you very much for this really interesting comment. I'd like to take the first one because to some degree I actually agree with you that we are moving towards this kind of pessimistic approaches and approaches that deny in essence all the existing values and beliefs that we have. However, I speak now from a Planetary perspective. I would like to bring a little bit of hope in this regard because what is the purpose otherwise of us working towards and collaborating towards a common goal? And that is that with mass treaty negotiations, we have seen the likes of, for example, India really putting forward the rights and role of race figures, trying to give them a platform. And a lot of countries have put forward the role of youth, non-state actors in all of this. So while we have this kind of very tendency at the moment, and this, I would dare even say crisis in multilateralism, we also find common grounds and cooperation finding out beyond the states, and this is among right holders, stakeholders. And so I would like to argue that it's the responsibility of countries and all of us also in this room to overcome these kind of tendencies. And we know that time is just a sort of moving target, and we hope that we will overcome these kind of big trenches that we have right now, and from my perspective, multilateralism.
And thank you, Professor. And maybe with the prerogative of the chair, I would have maybe two comments. And I would go back to the climate negotiations and the work that Cristina Figueres did for the Paris Agreement. And, you know, one of the things she said about the lead into the negotiations, that really the global community needed to change the narrative. They needed a positive image. They needed a clear vision for the future. They needed a good news story. Gloom and doom, she said, is not motivating. And I think that's maybe something in the oceans community. We need a more holistic vision of what we can achieve by sustainable use and conservation of the ocean. So I think that's on the pushback. The issue is stakeholders, because I think the most striking image was in your presentation at the school, huh? And you're saying, you know, and that quotation from a parent or a grandparent saying, you know, the school is not going to be there for our children or grandchildren, and this is where we were educated. And really that gives us the human dimension, the epic proportions of the consequences in the Indian Ocean rim states of sea level rise. And in this context, the BBNJ agreement is the first multilateral instrument that we have in the law of the sea where we have an express consultative and notification provisions for not only indigenous peoples but also other stakeholders, including communities and local communities. So there is a process there, and of course we will have to have states on board. So we would encourage all states to sign up and to ratify. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's 11:05. We're at the coffee break stage, but we've had a wonderful morning. 2 extraordinary keynotes and 3 really high-end technical papers. It has been a great start to the conference. So thank you very much. The three technical papers and to the 2 keynote addressees. Thank you very much.
With that enriching discussion on tackling the triple planetary crisis in Indian Ocean, we now pause to extend our heartfelt gratitude. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Tanuja Kaushik, Dean Academic Affairs, Gujarat Maritime University, to felicitate our dignitaries. Professor Ronan Long, our moderator. Dr. Mrinani Banerjee. Dr. Chime Udon. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short refreshment break. We humbly request you to rejoin us promptly so that we may continue with the next session on schedule. After the first session, we'll be moving to the session 2, which is a parallel session. Session 2A will be held in the banquet hall, and session 2B will be held at the Friendship Lounge, which is the conference hall 2. Thank you all.
Check, 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 hello, check, 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 hello, check, check, hello, hello, check, hello, check, huh? check. चेक हेलो चेक चेक तुम्हारे इसमें आ रहा है चेक कर लो ठीक है भाई चेक करना आ रहा है चेक चेक हेलो यूएसबी पे डालो चेक कर लो चेक ठीक है हाँ हेलो चेक चेक
session titled Special Interest of Small Island Developing States in Indian Ocean Region. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's session. The Indian Ocean is not only the one of the most strategical ocean in the world, but also a space where issues of security, sovereignty, and sustainability converge. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our moderator, Manoj Kumar Sinha, prominent and leading voice in the field of international law. An acclaimed academic, his illustrious career is marked by distinguished leader, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Dharmasastra National Law University, Jabalpur, and previously as the Director of Indian Law Institute. His dedication to legal education. Okay, sir. So, I am delighted to welcome our distinguished panel of speakers, Surya Narayanan Sundararajan, PhD candidate and research fellow at WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute, who will share his insights on ICJ's advisory opinion on the climate change through the lens of small island developing states in the Indian Ocean. With his rich experience in multi-stakeholder initiatives under the Ocean Research Agenda and his distinguished academic background with a strong research focus on the intersection of technology, security, and environmental issues in maritime law. The next speaker, Angelique Pupano, a lead ocean negotiator, Alliance of Small Island States. Her expertise spans in international law and policy on climate change, oceans, and the global commons. With a strong specialization in the sustainable ocean economy, blue finance, islanders' rights, and legal barriers to gender equality. And the next speaker will be in online, Tamara Thomas, Executive Director, Ocean Ties, Seychelles. She is a negotiator of BBNJ issues for Seychelles and for the African group. With extensive experience across various global forums, she has shaped international ocean policy on critical issues including seabed mining, marine protected areas, and environmental impact assessment, and currently advises the Republic of Seychelles, driving integration of nature-based solutions and innovative finance into global ocean and climate agendas. The rapporteur for this session will be Arundhati MS, Teaching and Research Associate, Gujarat Maritime University, who will be capturing the essential insights and highlights of our discussion. Let us extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers and the dignitaries. Thank you.
So welcome back. Very good morning to all of you. So we are just going to start the second session, which is a special interest of seats in the Indian Ocean region. And we have, I think, 2 speakers offline and 1 speaker, I believe, online. So let me start with the Surya Narayanan Sundararajan, PhD candidate and research fellow, World Maritime University. I request you, you have 8 minutes?
8 minutes.
You want 5? So up to you. So you take 8 or 5 or 10? Go ahead, please. So we'll strictly follow the time. Okay. So your time starts now.
I believe it was for 15 to 20 minutes per speaker, so I'll try to stick to. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, permit me, if you will, to begin not with platitude but with provocation. We meet here in this chambers devoted to the high calling of international law, ocean governance, the rules of reason and of restraint, the architecture of civilization against barbarism. And yet, outside these walls, the seas are rising and being polluted with indifference that mocks our conferences, that mocks our treaties, and mocks our solemn declarations. If I can channelize Albert Camus, the earth does not care about our debates, it will exact its price regardless. The question, therefore, before us is whether we as jurists, diplomats, and citizens intend to pay that pride with dignity or with dishonor. The International Court of Justice has done what states themselves have refused to do. Its advisory opinion on 23rd July 2025 is nothing short of remarkable, radical, and robust, spanning over 457 paragraphs, delivered alongside 12 separate opinions and declarations, some of them from the joint members of the court. As for the significance of this opinion, looking at the big picture for a minute, I would argue that the international law itself was in the docks in this advisory opinion. At its core, the divergences between states in the proceedings were the competing visions of international law. On the one hand, the major emitters envisioned a more limited role for international law, which would prioritize state consent and autonomy and advocated a very narrow horse on blinders kind of reading of the Paris Agreement and the harm prevention principle, and rejected the application of state responsibility framework. On the other hand, we had the vulnerable states who envisioned a far more robust role for international law in resolving the vexing global challenge of climate change. The ICJ's unanimous advisory opinion underscores the salience and the relevance of the entire breadth of international law in addressing civilizational challenges such as climate change, and as a result, the court delivered in spades for the vulnerable states that brought this case to the ICJ. Now, before unpacking the pith and substance of the court's advisory opinion, allow me to lay out the context through facts and some procedural history. Developing countries have contributed little to global warming and climate change. The preamble of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change notes that the largest share of historical and current global emissions of greenhouse gases has originated in developed countries, that per capita emissions in developing countries are still relatively low, and that the share of global emissions originating in developing countries will grow to meet societal and development needs. Well, one could argue that this is from 33 years ago in 1992, and times have changed. Interestingly, it has not. This is an excerpt from the 2023 IPCC report, which is considered as the gold standard by the International Court for Climate Science. The historical emissions between 1850 and 2019, 1850 because that marks the start of the Industrial Revolution, North America and Europe alone have contributed almost 10 times more to global cumulative emissions in this period, though they have only about 13% of global population. On the other hand, the combined contribution of the entire South Asia and Africa is only 11%, even though this combined region accounts for almost 40% of global population. Even if I add the regions of Latin America and the Caribbean, this will only bump the historical emissions to about 21%. And this is a chart from 2019. Therefore, notwithstanding the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, this tells us that the developing world suffers more from the harmful effects of not just climate change, but also biodiversity loss and pollution, namely the triple planetary crisis. Within this developing world, the small island developing states are the perfect examples of canaries in the coal mine when it comes to suffering the effects of climate change. They face existential threats from rising sea levels and extreme weather events, and some could even be uninhabitable or simply disappear under the waves in the near future. I say existential because it affects two main elements of sovereignty and territory of a sovereign state. SIDS are also aware that state survival is not entirely dependent on unilateral preemptive action, but also in holding the major polluters accountable for their actions to prevent transboundary harm. At the vanguard of this was the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law. In 2022, they requested an advisory opinion from ITLOS on legal questions within the scope of UNCLOS. I remember this vividly because in 2022, I was in Hamburg doing my internship at ITLOS, and nothing gave me greater joy as a lawyer to support the legal office in preparing for this advisory opinion. The questions submitted by the Commission concern the state's obligations under UNCLOS to protect and preserve the marine environment from impacts of climate change and ocean acidification. At the same time, Vanuatu successfully led the initiative for UN General Assembly to adopt a resolution to request an advisory opinion on climate change from the ICJ. So what is the difference between these two opinions? The questions submitted to the ICJ are broader in scope than those before ITLOS, and it included additional dimensions of human rights, transboundary harm, and under general international environmental law, and also state responsibility for breaches of international obligations. The relationship between these two opinions and the parallel proceedings both can be seen as having a complementary nature. These were the pictures I took when I was interning there and during my visit to Hague in 2022. Now let's jump to the ICJ. So panning the camera to the ICJ, there were two questions posed to the court, which I will be reading out verbatim. The first question was, what are the obligations of states under international law to ensure the protection of the climate system from greenhouse gas emissions for states and for present and future generations? The second question was, what are the legal consequences under these obligations for states where they, by their acts and omissions, have caused significant harm to the climate system and other parts of the environment with respect to, one, states including in particular small island developing states, which due to their geographical circumstances and level of development are injured or specifically affected by or are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. And the second one was peoples and individuals of the present and future generations affected by adverse effects. A quick overview of what the advisory opinion said. Firstly, on states' obligations, the court took the words climate obligations. It stripped them of its diplomatic gauze. It said they're not aspirational targets. It said they're not flexible guidelines. They're not polite suggestions made over cocktails in Dubai or Paris. They said they're binding obligations of international law. The court took a quite expansive view of the types of activities that would be covered by state obligations. There are activities that directly result in greenhouse gas emissions. For instance, the burning of fossil fuels for energy, including electricity generation and transportation and heating. And there are activities that indirectly affect greenhouse gas emissions, such as the production licensing and subsidizing of fossil fuels. And this, as you can imagine, is quite a remarkable and controversial stretch for the ICJ to have made. It's also one that's necessary and goes to the very root of the climate change problem itself. Because if you don't phase out fossil fuels, we cannot resolve this problem. The IPCC has made us clear on that. Adding on to this, the International Monetary Fund estimates about $7 trillion are offered in fossil fuel subsidies across the world. And if you don't address this contentious issue such as this, it will be polishing brass on a sinking ship. And ICJ recognized this and extended the kinds of activities that are covered under these obligations to also those that indirectly affect climate change. The second one is the court giving an opinion on lex specialis. A major debate during the proceedings was whether climate treaties are lex specialis that they exclude customary law. Major emitters argued for this exclusivity, hoping to cabin obligations within the weak architecture of Paris. Vulnerable states argued for integration, rather. The court sided with the vulnerable states and said treaties and custom are symbiotic. Treaty obligations are to be interpreted in light of customary principles, and customary law remains independently binding. The significance cannot be overstated. Why? Because the Paris Agreement contains no liability clause. If treaties alone applied, historic emissions before ratification would be immune. By retaining the custom, the court has ensured that obligations stretch backward as well as forward. This opens door, at least in principle, to accountability for historic emissions. The third part was the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. It recognizes differentiation but refused to turn it into absolution. For too long, major emerging economies have hidden behind this CBDR principle to excuse escalating emissions. The court rejected this. Differentiation informs fairness, indeed, but it does not erase duty. States must mitigate in line with their capabilities, but also should mitigate, all must mitigate. For SIDS, this prevents their plight from becoming collateral in a geopolitical duel. Whether the emitter is in Washington, in Beijing, or Tokyo, the duty still exists. Differentiation means support must flow to the islands in terms of finance, in terms of technology, and adaptation aid. Fourth was the issue of statehood and sea level rise. One of the most significant, and for SIDS, existential, findings concern statehood and maritime entitlements. The court confirmed that maritime boundaries are not ambulatory and that statehood does not dissolve with inundation. This is not mere symbolism because it preserves the resource rights, fisheries jurisdiction, and political identity of these states. It denies the fatalistic narrative that sea level rise equals extinction. In the ICJ's words, the self-determination of people is not hostage to the tides. And lastly, responsibility and reparations. Perhaps the most radical of this opinion is confirmation that breaches entail state responsibility. States may be required to take full reparation. This has been always the elephant in the room. Who pays for loss and damage is a question that still prevails. The court has said, in principle, the polluter pays. But here the analysis must be sober, in my opinion, because the court did not specify attribution methodologies. It did not explain how causation will be proved or how reparation will be calculated. The science of attribution is advanced, but it's still politically fraught. Yet the door is open. The court has legitimated the idea that climate damage is compensable under gender international law. For Indian Ocean SIDS, this is the foundation on which claims for loss and damage finance can rest. For SIDS in the Indian Ocean, the clarification is critical. They are neither historic polluters nor major emitters. Their contribution to the problem is negligible. Their suffering is disproportionate, however. CBDR properly applied is their shield, and it insists that mitigation, finance, and adaptation must flow towards them. Let us also be clear on this fact that it is not merely about coral reefs or about carbon budgets. It is about human rights as well, which is clearly established in this advisory opinion. The court gestured, albeit too modestly, that right to a healthy environment. Some judges went further, declaring it customary. Whether or not the majority was bold enough to say so, I think the implication is unmistakable. That is, to poison the climate is to violate human dignity. Take the Maldives, a nation whose highest natural point stands at a dizzying 2.4 meters. A sneeze from Poseidon could completely inundate it. For the fishermen in Malé, whose nets return empty because the currents have shifted, or for the mother in Moroni who watches her child's school wash away in a cyclone, or for the hotel worker in Mahe, whose livelihood evaporates as the bleaching kills the reefs. These are not abstractions. They are faces of rights denied, the right to life, to health, and to culture. And for the Indian Ocean SIDS, whose very statehood has been questioned, the court's affirmation of continuity is a declaration of political existence. It tells the cynics you cannot drown people's sovereignty. In essence, a flag once raised over an island will not sink with the tide. If I may shrink this to its essence, this is also equally applicable to the Indian islands of Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar on the eastern and western seaboard of India. But now, with all due respect given and protocols observed, let us turn to the hypocrisy that saturates our age. We are told by those who profit from pollution that they sympathize with the islands. They pose for photographs at COPs with garlands and flower crowns, but when they return home, they approve new oil fields. They approve new coal mines and new subsidies. The ICJ has now said plainly that you cannot do both. It said you cannot profess fidelity to Paris and at the same time bankroll the very fuels that guarantee Paris will fail. You cannot claim to honor the law while sponsoring its violation in your national budget. And skeptics will say that this is only an advisory opinion and it's not binding, to which my proper rebuttal is that so was the Chago's opinion of 2019. It shifted the tide of international law and politics. Advisory opinions are not just fireworks which just flourish and flare, they are actually guarding ships. However, what I would add to this is that in my humble opinion, which was created last night, thanks to Dr. Gavunali, that if we need to see anything that is actually instrumental and not just ornamental to SIDS in the region, there's a need for action by states. And it's functionaries that align with this opinion. As most of the lawyers in this room know, that first there is the conception and formulation of the law, and then there's the practice of law, and this practice will lead to the crystallization of the law. And this is a critical inflection point for the development of any law, and this cannot be done away with. So the choice before us is plain. Either the international community acts as if this opinion matters, integrating it into negotiations, into finance, and especially into litigation, or it becomes another artifact of noble words and drowned islands. The court has armed us with clarity, and it is our duty to act with courage now. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Surnan. I'm sorry that I push you for, you have, but your presentation is very exhaustive and detailed, and you highlighted in your presentation about the same issue before two tribes, like, ITLOS and International Court of Justice. And you highlighted 5 important points like state's obligation, what court had said about the obligations, and certain points which are always there, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. And this is an issue where North particularly hesitant to contribute. Their contribution in the harming the environment is much higher than the developing countries. These issues are continuously being discussed in the Conference of Parties each year, and maybe within a month time, November again, Conference of Parties is going to meet under the UNFCCC. I believe that is the 30th. Despite the judgment which has at least rejuvenated discussion about the climate change after 25th July, so it has rejuvenated, and we all started looking into different. But when you ended with saying that it's advisory opinion, it's not binding. I say, like, technically it's not binding, but it helps like a state to take note. It clarifies the doubt in the mind of the state, what obligations they have. So this is in a serious, like, entire international law in such a way, it operates in good faith, whether it's a hard law or soft law. So even the Article 26 of the Vienna Convention of Law of the Treaties, it says it's a good faith. And it focuses on the state system, institution, you improve. It's not like, interfering too much on the state. It gives liberty to the state and to, to amend, make the law according to the international law. So this advisory opinion, I consider it's a very important decision of the Supreme Court. Whether we dispute with the nature of the decision, whether binding or not binding, we could have, leave it to the state. But one which you should have discussed in, and you can add when you do your research, work on this particular area, on the India's point of view, sovereignty over natural. So Indian representative also in this case were there, one page is there. And we emphasized on the state has sovereignty over the natural resources. We discussed about various principles, human rights and other. So there is 3-4 pages discussion India. So being an Indian, it would have been nice had you added that Indian, my colleagues, they participated. And there are 3-page view of Indian. They also recognize the importance of climate change in that. Most important as a, it's a human rights. Basically, when we in India, it looked the human environment and human rights, and this resolve this particular problem. If we break the notion of nationalities or territorial, if you say ki state is people are bound with the territorial jurisdiction, then problem will always be in a different way interpretation. We need to go. We talk about the globalization. We have a rights and duties, not as a citizen of India, but as a citizens of the world. So I think more cosmopolitan world approach if we take, then we say we are interlinked. And of course, this artificial barrier has come. So we cosmopolitan approach will help in reducing and mitigating climate change and other related issues also. With this, I end here. And I request to the next speaker, Dr. Angeliki Pupono, for Fellowship Director and Policy and Strategy Advisor, Alliance of Small Island States. Thank you very much, and now floor is yours.
Thank you. If I can get the clicker. Good morning, I think. No, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to present on my presentation, which will look at small island developing states and the special circumstances of small island developing states, and then really zoom in on Indian Ocean SIDS and their experiences. I am a lawyer by profession, but my job requires that I do both politics and law, so you will see me going back and forth between the two. So I'm going to start off a little bit interactive here. When you think of small island developing states, what do you think about? If you can shout from the floor. The Caribbean, okay? Southwest Pacific. Indian Ocean. seas, the ocean, okay? The Pacific. Anything else we think about when we think of small island developing states?
Generally a very patronizing attitude, that's what I would say.
Patronizing attitude, vulnerability. Disappearing. Okay, submergence. Yeah. Huge exclusive economic zone, lots of resources. Okay, so I thought I'd start with this exercise just for us to think about the different ways in which we think about and perceive small island developing states. And oftentimes, it's really great that we heard the different regions being talked about, because oftentimes, in one's mind, sometimes we focus just on certain regions, certain countries, and we think of small island developing states as being homogeneous, right? They're all the same, the islands, right? And of course, one of the things that I've, emphasized all the time is we have a lot in common, but we're not a homogeneous group. All right? And one of the things that I think is worth stating, there are 39 coastal and island countries that are categorized as small island developing states, but there's actually no definition of small island developing states. You have to be small, but not all SIDS are small, both in terms of land or population size. Smaller, perhaps all things relative, but we're not all small. Of course, we have countries like Palau that has a population of 18,000 people, all the way to countries like Cuba or Papua New Guinea that has millions of people. They must all be islands? Not really. We also have countries like Guyana, Belize, Suriname that are also categorized as small island developing states because of their low-lying nature. All have to be developing? Think that's a given sort of, if we use the annexes of the UNFCCC, but certainly some may argue and some may point to certain countries that they don't think are developing in the group of small island developing states. And they all need to be states. And even then, there's questions around whether Cook Islands and Niue, who form part of the category of small island developing states, can categorically fit into states. So here again, I just want to show the heterogeneous nature that small island developing states have, both in terms of geography, in terms of the characteristics that they have, but also one of the things that I love the most is the cultural differences. And the cultural differences really stand out when it comes to negotiations and in international negotiations. And I'm glad that I have a representative of the Caribbean here to keep me accountable and honest about the cultural differences, with Dr. Hassan Ali here as well. And one of the things I like to say is, if I ask for a volunteer to be a coordinator, whose hand goes up first? The Caribbean. Right? There is a culture of being willing to come forward to lead. Whereas in the Pacific, for example, you have to be asked to lead. Right? So there is a difference in approach in which negotiations take place, even when in leadership positions where you're asked to lead in the Pacific. And then there's the Indian Ocean SIDS, and I will zoom in on the Indian Ocean SIDS that are very different between these two regional sort of sub-regional groups of small island developing states. Now pivoting away from sort of the description and the politics and thinking about it from the legal perspective. Small island developing states do not feature in UNCLOS, in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We're nowhere to be found per se, other than, of course, Article 1 to 1, I believe, on islands, right? but the categorization of small island developing states isn't there. And the reason why is through most of the conferences, the UN conferences on the law of the sea, most of us were still colonies. We were being represented in those negotiations essentially by proxy. There was somebody else negotiating on our behalf. And what you find is, of course, there isn't this explicit reference to us in the text. But the other thing that's very interesting is when you look to the laws of small island developing states before the conclusion of the conference on the law of the sea, is that you see that small island developing states had already put in their national law that they were going to have a 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone. They then, when they got independence, went to the third conference and advocated for that to be codified in UNCLOS. Right? And another example is Fiji. Seychelles played a huge role when it came to the exclusive economic zone, but Fiji was one of the biggest advocates for the archipelagic state. The fact that you would then have the straight line baselines that would provide you with an even greater mass of ocean and space. So that all happened before the sort of recognition or the categorization of small island developing states came forward. And I think this is I hope it is well known to many about the challenges of SIDS, small land area and population, remoteness, but of course having these large ocean spaces. We are often dependent on very narrow resource and export bases because we're reliant predominantly on the ocean, so tourism and fisheries become sort of the pillars of our economy. And we're far away from many places, so the cost of even importing and getting and transportation is very high. But one of the things that's very clear is that we're highly vulnerable to external threats, both economic and environmental, hence why we've seen we always say, you know, if the US or Europe catches a cold, if the US or Europe sneezes, SIDS catch a cold. And of course, there is this element of climate change, which I think my colleague has already really well articulated, so I won't labor the point. But what I do want to say is that because of these factual characteristics, and the recognition that there is a special case, which has been recognized since the 1992 Agenda 21, there was a need to recognize that we had to move beyond just saying, yes, SIDS have this special case when it comes to environment and development, but think about what are the legal implications of that, and what needs to be done to recognize those factual characteristics, those special circumstances. And we see that the special circumstances of SIDS are recognized in a number of consensus documents that some would, you know, say would call more as soft law, but then subsequently in conventions, in legal instruments like the Paris Agreement, like Minamata, like the BBNJ Agreement, where the BBNJ Agreement is perhaps the most pronounced, where there is a explicit recognition of the full recognition of the special circumstances of SIDS in Article 7 of the BBNJ Agreement. And I think it's worth highlighting that after UNCLOS, all subsequent implementing agreement has references to small island developing states, right? And you can see that chronological empowerment of SIDS from being completely absent in UNCLOS to all of a sudden in the BBNJ, at least, I think there are 28 references to small island developing states there in the most recent implementing agreement of UNCLOS. But I want to take the rest of my time to maybe zoom in on the specific challenges. You know, I've said we're different, but we are united by many things. But one of them is what Dr. Hassan Ali mentioned, which is this vulnerability to climate change, but also vulnerability as a result of our dependency on the ocean, and therefore what happens there. Now, when it comes to Indian Ocean SIDS, one of the things that I think is very fascinating is, of course, we're united by the Indian Ocean. And there's a lot of Indian Ocean specificities that Indian Ocean SIDS have to always think about. We have a shared ecosystem, and when it comes to ocean connectivity, we've got the political conundrum of the Chagos Islands, which I understand will soon be behind us, but there will still be remnants, muscle reflex memories of what was involved there. We do have the joint management area between the Seychelles and Mauritius of their extended continental shelves. We have EEZs that are very close to each other, and I'd even go so far to say as EEZs that protect the African continent as things move in that direction, and lots of fisheries interest. It was good to hear from IOTC and CIOFA as well. We have different histories, like many SIDS, income brackets. We fall into different UN regional groups. Maldives is in the Asia-Pacific group. Mauritius, Seychelles, and Comoros is in the African group. Yet we negotiate as a bloc as AOSIS, but also Seychelles, Mauritius, and Comoros also negotiate in the African bloc, right? So, but I think what is also worth highlighting is Maldives, I would say, is perhaps one of the most exposed of the small island developing state because they don't have a bloc to shelter other than AOSIS, other than the Alliance of Small Island States. And therefore, many of you who would have read some international relations literature, many say that small island developing states rely on the shelter theory, right? This idea that we must form coalitions because otherwise people perceive us as too small, patronize us. But instead, if we come in as coalitions and work together, we're far more effective. But one of the things that we need to consider for Indian Ocean SIDS is we don't actually have a coordinating mechanism, right? The Caribbean has CARICOM. The Pacific has a number of regional organizations. The Indian Ocean has, at best, the Indian Ocean Commission. And even then, Maldives is not part of it, right? So something to think about as we are united amongst all SIDS, but still have these particularities that we need to think about going into how we manage the law of the sea. I'll end with one final point. Small island developing states, I don't have to labor the point, are sovereign states. And when we think about the legal obligations that we have, we take them very seriously. But at the same time, we need to think about, can we meet these obligations without the necessary capacity building, finance, and transfer of marine technology? And that is a huge question about how do we ensure those flows actually happen, whether it's through charity or goodwill, or whether, I think the point has already been made, there is a clear obligation that there must be transfer of capacity building, transfer of marine technology, and finance. I'll end it here. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Angelica, for giving a different perspective and on a very important subject. And I believe that you are very much associated with this, and your reflection clearly demonstrate that. Let's start with like what you have brought to our notice, and that is very important point. UNCLOS is in absence, like there's though negotiation took for many years, and some way SIDS is not there, but positive development. What you have said is subsequently all the conventions or General Assembly resolutions, whether in a form of hard law or soft law. I had also experienced to stay in an island for almost every year for a month, and that is the island I feel. It's more like an Europe, but it falls in the Africa, the Reunion Island. Reunion Island, if you land there, you see it's like, so colonizer and people, they want to stay. A referendum has taken place to independence. Comoro Island, I think Comoro has become part of French state, They were states. Their state. There are many, like an island, they want to become a nearby to part of France. The referendum takes, they are insisting upon we should join in there. So there is a, like, the island people, indigenous people, they surrender to the, that is the reason you have New Caledonia, French Polynesia, British also islands are there. So many islands are owned or like controlled by the colonial powers, and people are also like, so when I landed in the Reunion Island, I feel like, I'm in Europe, not in Africa. There's a huge difference in that particular. Your concern whether UNCLOS has added or not added, if you look in more on the international relations perspective, the contribution, participation of the small states are equal with the big states are, because entire United Nations is founded on the principle of sovereign equality. The sovereign equality is whether, and also on the basis of principle of non-discrimination. Non-discrimination at the individual level and even state cannot be discriminated. So in absence, like it's a good, it should be explicitly mentioned, it makes more helpful, specifically elaborated it there. But that concern is addressed, as you have rightly pointed out. And I'm happy that you have BBNJ, which is still to come, but it has covered your there. And it has also talked about the indigenous people, I think United Nations indigenous people it talked about. And last, the entire economy depends upon the big, what my friend Dr. Sanjit has mentioned, Sujit has mentioned about Ruhal, about the huge resources, like rich in resources, but economic inabilities or other reasons are there to exploit that particular thing. And the island people are highly vulnerable, both economically and environmentally. I'm sure that things are shaping in a new way, new perspectives are emerging, and we hope that the concern of small island developing states will be taken, and also participation will be ensured in the global and local level. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Now we move to the third and final speaker, Tamara Thomas. She is Executive Director, Ocean Tides Seychelles. Over to you, Tamara.
Thank you so much. So, good morning, distinguished guests and speakers. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to speak with you all today on this topic of immense importance and complexity: the challenges and unique power of small island developing states within broader negotiating blocs. And I believe my slides are up. Okay. SIDS, though often small in landmass and population, and we just heard Angelique debunk some of these myths. They represent a significant and vibrant portion of our global community. SIDS are the front line of many disproportionate global issues, particularly climate change, rising sea levels, and biodiversity loss. A lot of things that we've heard the other speakers talk about already. The journey for SIDS within larger negotiating blocs is not without its intricate challenges. Their limited human and financial resources often mean a struggle to engage fully in the myriad of negotiations and to effectively articulate their specific vulnerabilities and to advocate for their unique needs. The sheer volume and technical nature of discussions can be overwhelming, not because expertise doesn't exist, but because oftentimes we know that negotiators are circulated within countries. Despite many obstacles, SIDS possess a remarkable and often underestimated power. SIDS' collective voice, when unified and strategically deployed, can be a potent force for change. They are pioneers in sustainable practices, often possessing invaluable traditional knowledge and innovative approaches to environmental management. Moreover, SIDS often serve as a moral compass in international negotiations, reminding the world of the human face of global challenges and the urgent need for collective responsibility. SIDS' unwavering commitment to multilateralism and their persistent calls for justice and equity resonate deeply and can ensure broader consensus. Their innovative solutions to unique challenges, from renewable energy integration to ocean conservation, offer valuable lessons for the entire world. So today we will explore how these challenges can be overcome and how the inherent power of SIDS can be further amplified. We will discuss some of the strategies for strengthening their negotiating capacities, fostering greater inter-island collaboration, and ensuring that their perspectives are not just heard, but are genuinely integrated into global decision-making processes. It is through understanding and supporting the unique position of small island developing states that we can truly work towards a more resilient, equitable, and sustainable future for all. Just to note a little about myself, I have been involved in the BBNJ process for over 10 years and have been negotiating on behalf of Seychelles as well as the African group of 54 states for several years. I was also advisor to the chair of the BBNJ Preparatory Committee before that, and before we even had the first international governmental conference. And so my experience with negotiations, in particular the BBNJ process, is a deep one. So there were a few things that I was going to talk about that the two speakers before me undoubtedly had spoken about, but there's one thing I do want to point out. The regime of islands has one article, 121, which is the regime of islands that was placed there, and very importantly, by negotiating SIDS, to make sure that their interests are protected. As noted by Angelique, AOSIS has become an important bloc for negotiators from small island developing states in matters relating to environmental issues within the United Nations, including climate change and BBNJ. Within the BBNJ IGC negotiations, there was a call for equity and fairness. So on this slide, I'm now seeing the slides, apologies. So on this slide, I was going to talk a little bit about the history, and I still will, and then also about some of the contributions and leadership that came from small island developing states. And so I'll continue. So within the IGC negotiations, there was a call for equity and fairness. SIDS coalesced around certain themes, including the call for equity and fairness, an emphasis on climate change impacts, and some other points that we'll talk about a little later. So in terms of the role of leadership of small island developing states, we know that for most of the IGCs, Rena Lee of Singapore was the president of those negotiations. And as lead for marine genetic resources, we had Ambassador Janine Felson from Belize and Kurt Davis from Jamaica led on finance. In the earlier IGCs, the Pacific played a leading role in capacity building and marine technology transfer. And before we had the IGCs, we had prepcoms. And for that, we saw that Ambassador Edel of Trinidad and Tobago he chaired those prepcoms. So SIDS have continued to show leadership in the BBNJ negotiations, and currently we see that Ambassador Janine Felson of Belize is one of the co-chairs of the prepcom. So cooperation amongst SIDS to influence the outcomes of any negotiations, in particular the BBNJ negotiations, has been long-standing and continues to today. So one thing that I noted before is that oftentimes and we could go back to the slide before, oftentimes it's not a lack of, the slide back one. Oftentimes it's not for a lack of expertise and education and knowledge, but more so a lack of finance, which is where Angelique ended, to pay for the appropriate people to be at the negotiating table during negotiations. And so on this slide, I just wanted to point out here the various types of SIDS that we have and where they sit and how many exist. And so I know that today we're focusing on the Indian Ocean, and Angelique also mentioned Seychelles. And I will note that within the negotiations, Seychelles and Mauritius, throughout the BBNJ negotiations, played a very strong role in getting the African group to support a lot of not only what was important for Seychelles and Mauritius, but also for all small island developing states. And we can move on to the next slide. So here we see that despite the several challenges that SIDS face in negotiating rooms, including frequent rotation of negotiators, meaning that we may have someone in New York who is tasked with a multitude of portfolios and may not be an expert on ocean issues. And even if they were, they will be rotated quite frequently. And so this is unlike our partners in the developed world who have negotiators that come every single year. You see the same faces, and they are well resourced to be able to provide these same negotiations every single year. And with that, they build historical knowledge. However, I would note that despite these challenges, especially the challenge of limited human resources, each group, meaning Africa, the Pacific, and ACIDS, have managed to maintain at least one point person who is able to hold the historical knowledge of negotiations, and collectively, the SIDS are able to retain a BBNJ knowledge bank. What is also interesting is that even though limited human resources appear to be a downfall, it also works out to be a unique power for SIDS, since often the same person or persons are also involved in other environmental and or ocean-related negotiating arenas that only serve to strengthen the knowledge and negotiation skills that they are bringing to the BBNJ table as a group of SIDS, since SIDS often work together through AOSIS. And so we see here that solidarity is essential. Next slide. So a certain amount of strength from small island developing states exists, and these strengths include connecting to larger groups that some SIDS are part of, the cohesiveness of SIDS, the variety that SIDS bring to the table, and the strategic positions that SIDS had both individually, meaning on their own as regional groups, but then also together as AOSIS. And then also finally, I would say belief is something that's really important in negotiations. Okay, so we also saw that some of the items that SIDS coalesced around, so I wanted to say on this slide, sorry, the slides, if we could go back one slide to go back one slide. So in terms of cooperation among SIDS, we saw that throughout the IGCs, but especially in the final IGC, because of the strength of small island developing states playing a big role, Seychelles being one, and then also Jamaica, we were able to get a finance outcome that we wanted. Not everything we wanted, but we did get the special fund. We also got the common heritage of humankind and the precautionary approach. This also occurred, if we go to the next slide. This also occurred in the last prepcom. Because of all the strengths that we have as a group and as individual SIDS groups, as AOSIS, we were able to get some of the outcome in finance, and we're progressing on that within the special fund, especially move within our as AOSIS, within the larger groups that we belong to. For example, the small and developing states within CLAM, the small island developing states within the Africa group, we're able to move both CLAM and the Africa group closer to what we would like to see as AOSIS for SID seats on subsidiary bodies. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot to focus on, and equity and fairness to small island developing states is something that was really important and was manifested within the final text of the BBNJ agreement. And we are sure to come out as successfully as we did in the IGC and even more. So a larger supply of individuals and a team that holds the long-term vision and historical knowledge would be a huge bonus for small island developing states. And we can move to the next slide. We know that in the world of diplomacy, a basic number of individuals who can carry on this knowledge and be solely focused and working on behalf of their country and the region that they serve. This is the only way that SIDS will continue to gain more strength on behalf of SIDS and the environment. Another way in which SIDS will gain more strength is to maintain genuine, strong partnerships with the larger groups that SIDS belong to, such as the G77, the African group, CLAM, which is the Latin American group, CARICOM, and also least developed states, and the Pacific SIDS, to name a few. In these partnerships, SIDS must be very intentional about how they contribute to this whole and deeply understand we may come together with genuine solidarity, deep concern, and a strategy based on historical knowledge and the united vision to obtain the goals we have set out to attain. We need to increase the feedback loop with relevant regional entities such as national and or environmental organizations, private sector, academia, and appropriate government ministries. And as we heard Angelique also note at the end, that CARICOM has a lot of these institutions, etc., but in the Indian Ocean, we don't have as many. We need to also create and maintain committees focused on the issue, and in this case, it will be the issues within the BBNJ agreement. We know that there is an emerging SIDS cross-regional group that may be coming on board soon. So nationally, in the individual SIDS, as much as possible, we need to continue to work together within committees. We know that funding is an issue here to pay staff, and we know that within most small and developing states, there is no lack of education, as I noted before, and experience and expertise. However, finance, again, plays an important role in making sure that we can call on our own people, bring them to the table to work with us during negotiations. AOSIS has been playing this role for the entire group in an excellent way through its very competent and various leaders over the years. SIDS must retain healthy relationships within the groups that they belong to as well. And so for small and developing states, in the past, we have remained and we have been successful and will continue to remain successful by being supported by the larger groups to which we belong. For example, Seychelles is part of the African group, as I noted before, which is 54 countries, and Africa only has 6 SIDS. So in this way, we can ensure that our positions are heard, understood, represented, and defended not only by AOSIS, but also by a large group of countries. And this example, 54 countries, and not just 6 or 39. So African SIDS, CLAM, and CARICOM stood together and fought to ensure that we secured the special fund, as I noted. And so now we need to continue to work together, make sure that we secure what we originally wanted in that special fund. So, and I would also say that part of the success was also in part, of course, due to the fact that we were able to negotiate and speak with our partners across the aisle, meaning the developed countries. And so we will retain our ability to express the needs of SIDS to broader groupings to which a SID or group of SIDS belongs to, and obtaining their buy-in and invested support, even in issues that they are not directly going to benefit from, is extremely essential. And so, yes, building allyship is paramount, and being able to understand each other's issues and understand deeply the validity of its extreme importance for building bridges and securing solidarity. I wanted to note as well that there are some small islands with them as well, so that they are able to also bring and carry our voice and our issues to their broader group as well. Noting as well that our positions and what we advocate for many times is also able to help those overseas territories. So for the Indian Ocean Rim SIDS, it is vital that we continue to align in solidarity for the interest of SIDS and for the Indian Ocean Rim SIDS to be successful in negotiations in such a way that makes a difference in the water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tamara. And you focused on a very important aspect, though it appears a little bit, I think, difficult also, because you have seats in African continent, Indian Ocean, AOCs, and others also. And when they go in the negotiation table, they become team of the African Union, Organization of American States, so they merge their identity with the larger body, like Africa, from different regions, seats belonging to different continents, they become a cohesive group. And so they have to protect their interest independent of the regional perspective. Those seats or the small represented, and there is a need for the cohesiveness among the seats belonging to different continents, even they are part of African Union, Organization of American States, or even the Council of Europe and other places. But it's happy to note that in BBNJ for many years, and even our previous speaker, Albeke, she has also mentioned how the concern of seats are represented some way in the BBNJ. I hope that the idea which you are saying in the negotiating table, that needs to be, understand in the perspective of the people of a specific country. So even in that case, in the seats, what you have said. There are challenges. You said in the challenges what I have noted, frequent rotation, what I understood if correctly, means this shifting of the person who is negotiating and the new person assume and then he start afresh, if that is the challenges is there. And there are some unified problem is there. Of course, if we, the point which you emphasized, if it's take real shape, and it appears to make some way you are successful or people are moving on that direction, it will be good in any multilateral engagement. With this, I would like to thank all the presenters for today, for their excellent and very enlightening and exciting presentation by all three of you, and it has brought a new perspective from each speakers. We have some time, around 10 minutes. We can take some questions for Tamara. You can also stay. So if you have some, we'll take some questions, and so one by one we'll take. Okay, so kindly pass the mic to the gentleman. Is ready?
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Captain Parmar. I'm a distinguished fellow with the Council for Strategic and Defense Research. It's a comment followed by a question, and my question is the term SIDS itself. The moment you use small developing, it becomes a sort of a stigma, and the whole globe looks at you like that. There is another term which has not caught the global attention for various reasons, and that's large ocean states. So when you look at the list of SIDS which is promulgated, there are some of those nations there who are not developing. I mean, if Singapore is listed and Singapore is still considered developing, I don't know where the rest of the world is. And I go what Sanjeet said, that if you use the term large ocean states and you look at the vast maritime jurisdiction zones that are provided, I think there is a better chance of getting better attention by using the term large ocean states. One, it's positive. Nations are developing. I mean, there are continental nations, there are landlocked nations who are developing, and there are various aspects that need to be focused on. The list of SIDS and the development that is needed by islands varies based upon capacities and capabilities. So my question here is, would the adoption of the term large ocean states actually help the cause? That's one. And just an observation on Article 121, Part 8, Regime of Islands, is the only part of UNCLOS, if I remember correctly, as a singular article. That applies to all islands, whether they are islands unto themselves or they also belong to main islands. So, as the moderator said, there is enough provisions for small islands or island, large ocean states, since I've used that term, to benefit from various global laws and conventions. So I just thought I'd ask the panel for their views.
To whom you want the answer? Anyone.
Anyone.
All right. Surya, you want or you also want?
Thanks.
We'll give opportunity to all the three speakers.
Thanks a lot for the question that is often asked, I have to say. The short answer, and as the person who often has to vet the speeches of presidents of SIDS before they go on stage, the short answer is yes and no, all right? The reason every leader who has a large ocean space wants to go on stage and say, and we don't like large ocean states, we like to say big ocean states, right? Because boss is better than loss, right? And many leaders go out and use that narrative, and it is a political narrative, right? And we saw this when many SIDS, I believe it was the sort of 2010 onwards, where they really anchored this narrative of we are big ocean states, we're large ocean states, we're going to focus on the vast resources that we have rather than this limited land mass and so on. So as a political narrative, I think it's very fair. The problem comes when it comes to the legal part, because the recognition is of developing states. That's what's in soft law. That's what's in instruments, legal instruments. The categorization is small island developing states. Then all of a sudden, and I'm very supportive of the use of the political narrative. I'm from Seychelles. We use that narrative all the time. But I do have members in the alliance who say, what is the definition of a big ocean state? Are we all big ocean states? All right? And I think it's very easy for you to turn to bodies like the Ocean Panel that they indicate that they are consisting of big ocean states, and it's based on the size of your exclusive economic zone. And not all small island developing states have a large economic zone, you know, so where does it start and where does it end becomes the next question, a definitional question. So as a result, my job is, when we are in a legal forum, it is always small island developing states. When we are in a political forum, you can say whatever you like, right? But to your point about perception and how, you know, how people perceive SIDS by virtue of using the word small island developing states, it is a challenge. But my PhD goes on to argue that just by virtue of saying I have a lot of ocean doesn't mean good things will happen, right? There needs to be ocean plus capacity building and technology transfer. And I think that's where us as small island developing states need to shift our narrative even further to say, just because I have a lot of ocean has not led to my sustainable development. There needs to be additional factors added to having a lot of ocean resources to lead to prosperity. So I know it's a long answer to your question, but we do think about it a lot and take it very seriously, that there is a difference between a political fora versus a legal one.
Tamara, you want to say something?
No, I knew Angelique was going to give that answer, so I was just smiling and nodding. So no, nothing else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Parmar. It was a really good question, made me think while Angelique was talking. You're right in saying that the term is stigmatized. If you look at the Indian Ocean region itself, 2 countries made sure they were delisted from the list, Singapore and Bahrain, because they don't want to be attached to under the name of SIDS. So I think having a different name would help, but again, I completely echo with what Angelique said. It's a yes and a no. We could change, we could call things whatever, but in essence, it's about how we respect states and how we respect the excellence of the tools they use to empower them. I'll end with that. And also the second question about Article 121, it says what's an island, and it says what are the maritime entitlements of an island, and that's about it. That's not sufficient to empower SIDS, I feel. It gives a very broad scope, but we need more specifics to it. Thank you.
Can you pass mic here? यहाँ पर सामने में. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Ademuni Odeke. I'd just like to make, start with a bit of a joke. I mean, not very serious, but in my previous life, when I was at the UN, I visited what we call small countries. And I happened to have a discussion with very high-ranking officials, and I called them small countries, and I was reprimanded by one of those, and they say, look, young man, there is no such a thing as small countries. We all have one vote at the United Nations. So forget about this idea of small countries. So ever since, I have never used the word small countries or small island countries. Anyway, that was just a joke. More seriously, my question is, I would like to ask the panel whether they find this a challenge or a dichotomy, the way they deal with the issues. Particularly in countries like, the number of countries among these countries that are partly belonging to the former colonies and part of them are independent. Let's take for example, Mayotte. Mayotte is French, and the main island of Comoros is the Comoros. But Mayotte is part of the Comoros. So, and then of course you have, let's say in the Caribbean, another place I've been to, you have the Virgin Islands. Part of it is what they call the British Virgin Islands, okay? The other part is called St. Thomas, which is an American state. And when you come nearer home here again, you have issues like Diego Garcia. Now, and of course you have La Réunion, which is the French. Now my question is, do you find that a problem if you are trying to coordinate a common denominator in your approaches when you are dealing with the Comoros or any of the other countries? Secondly, islands like Mayotte, do you represent them as part of this island state, or are they represented by France? I just want to know how you deal with this challenge. Thank you.
Moderator, do you want me to? Okay. Tamara, I'll let you maybe take the first question. I'll answer the second. So the alliance of small island states only do not consist of non-sovereign states. So La Réunion, Mayotte, or BVI is not a member of AOSIS. All right? The ones who are sort of in the more gray area is Niue and Cook Islands, but they're self-governing. It's just that they have exported their foreign affairs role to New Zealand, right? So the Cook Islands and Niue don't have a mission at the United Nations. New Zealand does their external relations, right? But they're still, so those two are the only ones that are members of the Alliance of Small Island States. So in that respect, there's no issue of coordination, but I think you raise you raise a more nuanced point about external influences on SIDS, even as sovereigns, right? I think the influence is a lot more if they're non-sovereign, but there's still a lot of historical, geographical, external influences on small island developing states, because I completely agree with you, because that is a sort of a fact that SIDS are every one vote, one country. But at the end of the day, there's a humongous amount of politics that come into play in these negotiations that are linked to historical links, as well as geography. But just to answer your very short questions around coordination, they're not members of AOSIS. Tamara, do you want to speak to the other parts about non-sovereigns?
Yes. So for me, your question was going in and out, but I think I got some of what you were asking. And what I would say is that some of the Caribbean states that are non-sovereign do have a position as they have observer status within CARICOM. And so they get to give opinions. They may not have official votes, but they do get to give opinions. They get to observe. And also, as some of these countries might be on their way to exploring the potential path of becoming independent, they are sort of taking note of what's happening within the regional groups that they may be an observer to, such as BVI within CARICOM. One thing I would note is that what I mentioned in my presentation about the fact that sometimes a country like BVI can go to the UK with something that's really important for SIDS and get their buy-in. And on the other end, sometimes we as SIDS, a country such as BVI or any other non-sovereign island can come to us, and if it's aligned with our interests, then we can push in negotiations to make sure that we get something that may eventually also help or assist them if they were to become sovereign. And some islands are not well on their way, but they're very much thinking about becoming sovereign and taking steps to do that. And so we know, for instance, when hurricanes hit Puerto Rico and BVI, a lot of the funding that other small island developing states have the ability to access, BVI, for example, cannot access that funding. And the UK may or may not give them sufficient funding to support their needs. And in the past, we've seen cases where they haven't gotten what they need. So as I noted, there is going to be a network of SIDS, and I'm not sure yet, Angelique, I don't know if you know, whether or not non-sovereign states will be part of this, but we do definitely support our brothers and sisters who are still non-sovereign. I hope that helps in terms of answering your question.
To anyone here, but I just wanted to understand. I'm not from a law background. I was an erstwhile civil servant. Is this a classic instance of kicking the can down the road when you have an advisory opinion that's sought from international bodies? At the end of the day, you concede that this has got only persuasive value. Now, that leads me to a question that ab initio, was that international legal instrument not lending itself to adequate interpretation, and that the sovereign states were not able to figure out what was anticipated because they were signatories, they ratified that. I'm referring to the climate action. The other question also begs is that post this advisory opinion, are we really better off in terms of implementing climate action? So just wanted to pose this as a question. Pre the advisory opinion, post, are we really better off as sovereign states in our understanding and our ability to really lead interventions? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think it's not kicking the can down the road. I think it's a good departure point to start future action with the advisory opinion. I mean, like a state opinion gives, it empowers states now through law. And that could be used in negotiations at CMA, at COPs by these states to have their voices heard, because like we heard in the discussions earlier, if SIDS come out and express themselves, it's like, it's a voice of consciousness and it's patronized. So that is debunked through this advisory opinion. And I don't think it's an overnight success, because there's an advisory opinion and things don't change overnight. I think it's the follow-up action we do through state practice and also like collective action. Thank you.
If I may add, but I see another question. I leave it to the moderator's discretion. Are we better off as states when it comes to climate action? I think the answer is yes, but I'm not going to ignore the politics, right? So, of course, international law by its very virtue is, operating within a political paradigm. There will be countries that ignore this. But there will be countries, and countries that really it is targeted to, that will abide, or I would say work in line with the advisory opinion, because they are international law-loving countries. Not because they think the opinion is right, but because they do not want to be seen as not operating in line with international law, which, advisory opinion is one of the sources that you can draw upon at least. So in that respect, I think we are better off. There are consultations ongoing by developed countries about how to engage with this. Vanuatu right now is working at the United Nations to see if they can get the advisory opinion adopted at the UN General Assembly. It's a very tough time for the UNGA right now. Most things go to a vote, but it will be, amazing if this then gets adopted by the UNGA, because then that will be an endorsement that state practice should essentially go on to follow this. But at the same time, I think let's not just focus on states, right? This advisory opinion can be used in many ways, including bringing cases, in judicial cases in domestic courts. And the legal reasonings will be drawn upon there. So there are many ways in which the AO can be used, and I think it's getting us closer, but let's not forget, there will be those who will, ignore the bleep in history, according to them.
Thank you. So now we come to the end. I would like to thank, I think we are it's time over. So you can discuss. You want to ask something? Next. So that's so we come to the end. I would like to thank all the speakers, Surya, Alvike, and Tomer, for wonderful presentation. I'm sure that everybody present here, online and offline, were highly benefited by your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, our panelists, for such an engaged, forward-looking discussion. I would now like to invite Ms. Elnaz Barjandi, Program and Operations Manager, to take a moment to extend our gratitude and felicitate our moderator, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, and our distinguished speakers. Our distinguished speaker, Mr. Surya Narayanan Sundararajan. Dr. Angelique Papineau. Ms. Tamara, and our rapporteur, Ms. Arundhati MS.
I would like to invite and welcome Dr. Kilapati Ramakrishna Sir, Director of Marine Policy Center since 2022 and Senior Advisor to the President on Ocean and Climate Policy, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute since 2021. His extensive work with the United Nations as Head of Strategic Planning at Green Climate Fund and holds various other positions in the international conventions. Let us give a warm welcome to Dr. Kilapati Ramakrishnan Sir for his keynote address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here and to share a few thoughts about the theme of the conference as well as the exciting interventions made so far. I would like to begin by thanking the Gujarat Maritime University, World Maritime University, and my good friend, Professor Ronan Long, for this kind invitation. But when I accepted the invitation, I did not realize that he's going to place me before your lunch. But all the same, I must say that it is a great joy to return to India, and doubly so to join so many distinguished participants from across the Indian Ocean region and beyond. I want to begin by seeking the indulgence of my friends from abroad. The reason I say that is I wish to speak today specifically about India and the call to Indian leadership in ocean governance, rooted in law, history, and responsibility. And one of the things that we know about the Indian Ocean Rim is that there is something called the Indian Ocean Rim Association, and India will be taking on the chairmanship of that association this year, I believe in October, November, sometime this year for a 2-year period. So it is very timely that this conference provides India with the kind of information and background for leading. It's not only 23 member countries, but 12 associate members. I want to trace the history of India in the ocean law, and I'm delighted to recognize my good friend Narendra Singh, who is currently Secretary General of the Indian Society of International Law, where he and I were young, a long time ago, as assistant professors, were tasked by the government then, in just when the Law of the Sea Convention was adopted, to help island states with determining what the extended jurisdictions under the Law of the Sea Convention mean to them. So we kind of pored over the maps at the time and discovered the enormous area that these nations acquired under the Law of the Sea Convention and what it means for their own well-being and what it means to maintain their security, etc. So in tracing that history, I think it is important to understand the deep link between India, its ocean, and its destiny. It is not in recent times that this recognition came. Way back, Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru observed, and I quote, "Whichever way we turn, we are drawn to the seas. Our future security and prosperity are closely linked with the freedom and the resources of the ocean." That vision guided India's role in negotiating the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, rightly called the Constitution of the Oceans. India stood shoulder to shoulder with Pacific Island states, Malta, and others to embed in international law the principle of the common heritage of mankind. This was a legal revolution, turning oceans from unregulated frontiers into governed commons and proving that fairness could prevail through law. Half a century later, the UNCLOS framework is under strain. 4 urgent challenges illustrate this. Number 1, climate change is heating and acidifying the ocean. Sea level rise is erasing the baselines from which maritime zones are measured. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing undermines the sovereign rights of coastal states. Marine carbon dioxide removal, often referred to as MCDR, raises unresolved legal and regulatory questions. Now, courts and tribunals are beginning to respond, and you have heard the decision of the International Tribunal on Law of the Sea when it ruled that carbon dioxide qualifies as a pollutant under UNCLOS, meaning states have a legal duty to prevent and control such emissions. This is probably for the first time that in a jurisprudential sense, what we are doing to the climate system is correctly and legally connected to the Law of the Sea Convention. The International Court of Justice has further clarified state responsibility for climate harm. And that decision, unanimous opinion rendered by the International Court of Justice, has already sent reverberations across the entire legal community in the world. I serve on the board of something called Client Earth. They have offices in various different countries, but the headquarters is in London. They have taken to a number of airlines and various companies to courts in different legal systems, and they're already using the ICJ advisory opinion to great effect. But law is only as strong as leadership. Once again, India must take on that role. I want to refer in particular to India's Blue Ocean Strategy. It should not be seen just as a policy, but as an extension of international law. For me, 4 points or 4 pillars stand out. Number 1, stewardship of the commons. United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea recognized the seabed as the common heritage of mankind. That spirit must now extend to biodiversity, fisheries, and carbon sinks. India can lead in interpreting the convention, the Law of the Sea Convention, to protect these resources for all. Number 2, resilience and rights. The legal rights of small island coastal developing states are at risk. Baselines and exclusive economic zones are threatened by rising seas. India can champion innovation, fixed baselines, recognition of climate displacement, and new rules on ocean-based adaptation. Now, the fixed baselines concept is already gaining widespread recognition by a number of countries, but that needs to be made into a principle of international law. Number 3, inclusive green growth. The Law of the Sea gives coastal states sovereign rights over their exclusive economic zone, but also imposes duties to conserve and share benefits. India's leadership in building a regional blue economy partnership can show how rights and duties align with sustainability. Number 4, financing through legal safeguards. At the Blue Economy and Finance Forum held in Monaco in Nice, France, June this year, 25 billion euro in investments and 8.7 billion euro in new commitments were announced. Such flows must be guided by law through environmental impact assessments, benefit sharing, obligations, and the precautionary principle. As I was introduced, I worked at the Green Climate Fund, which is, at least when I left, it had about $30-some billion. And how to disperse the funds, we have now learned a lot from that, and we should benefit in looking at the blue finance economy, how to do it efficiently and, most importantly, quickly, so that the money can go to do what it is expected to do. India's proposed Ocean Blue Fund can be legally anchored to ensure accountability. Now, one of the topics that we discussed both in the workshop that Professor Ron Long had hosted yesterday afternoon was maritime security. Well, clearly, that is a very important matter. But to only look at ocean security in naval terms might be missing the point. To me, true security rests on legal stability. Freedom of navigation is guaranteed by the Law of the Sea Convention. It is inseparable from the duty to protect the marine environment. Maritime domain and its awareness must include illegal IUU fishing and climate impacts, not only piracy and trafficking. India, again, is leading the way on disaster response, but that, combined with what is happening to the seas, must be recognized as a duty to cooperate under international law, not an act of charity. Prime Minister Narendra Modi captured this vision in 2015 when he launched SAGAR, S-A-G-A-R, Security and Growth for All in the region. We seek a future for the Indian Ocean that lives up to its name as a zone of peace, stability, and prosperity. the India's External Affairs Minister, Jai Shankar, who was my senior in the university, and we were in the same dormitory, and a wonderful friend, said this: the Indian Ocean is at the very center of our interests. Our approach is cooperative, consultative, and outcome-oriented. In short, not rivalry, cooperation. In short, not rivalry, cooperation, and not unilateralism. India has long linked environmental justice with human dignity. At Stockholm in 1972, at the very first UN Conference on Human Environment, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared, "We do not want to impoverish the environment any more than we want to impoverish our people." That ethos connects Stockholm, the Law of the Sea Convention, and today's climate ocean movement. We are very soon going to be meeting in Belém, Brazil, for the 30th session of the Conference of the Parties, and to showcase that, I have the pin on my lapel here. And COP30 in Belém, the post-2030 framework. We have had the Millennium Development Goals adopted in 2000, and the Sustainable Goals in 2015, and already member countries are thinking about what should come after 2030, and those negotiations will continue from now on. And India has played a remarkable role in its presidency at the G20 when it adopted a set of principles on marine environment, dealing with blue economy, carbon dioxide removal, and microplastics in the ocean. And so the G7, G20, UN high-level segments, and the ongoing UN 80 reform, something that Secretary General Antonio Guterres has launched, in all these, India's leadership is vital, and it is a chance to reaffirm law as the backbone of ocean governance. India's interventions at UN Ocean Conference, the third UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, where Dr. Ravichandran, who was here last night with us, and the Minister of State, Minister of Science and Technology, they have echoed the India's commitment to BBNJ agreement, and I believe that will be ratified before the end of the year, and the deposit of the instrument of ratification would be deposited with the UN Secretary General soon after that. Ladies and gentlemen, in concluding my remarks, let me say, the ocean is not a void to be filled, not a frontier to be conquered. It is the foundation of law, life and law. India helped shape that law once before, and at UN Conference on Law of the Sea. We and India must now help to renew it. Our message should be simple yet powerful. From the Indian Ocean for the world. And in the 2 years that India will have the chairmanship of IORA, I hope that India will take that lead and do what must be done. Let us ensure this ocean is not only a source of wealth, but a source of hope, resilience, and justice for generations to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Tanuja, Dean Academic Affairs, Gujarat Maritime University, to take a moment to extend our gratitude and to facilitate Dr. Kilipati Ramakrishna.
Yeah, I'll go.
Hold on to this.
No, G, please.
The morning has provided us with plenty of food for thoughts, and now it is time for lunch itself. We will pause our discussions to refresh and reconnect. Please enjoy the break and be back in your seats promptly by 2 p.m. as a compelling afternoon agenda awaits. The food is arranged here, and the seating arrangement are also available in the Friendship Lounge. Thank you. Everyone, the sessions will start promptly. The session, Regime Interactions and Role of Non-State Actors, will be held in the banquet hall, and Critical Ocean Infrastructure will be held in the Friendship Lounge.
But I think it's your presentation. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the session titled Regime Interactions and the State of Non-State Actors. Welcome, everyone. To navigate this complex and vital discussion on the future of our oceans, we are privileged to have Dr. Sanjeet Ruhal, Nippon Foundation Lecturer on International Maritime Security Law and Adjunct Professor of Law, Gujarat Maritime University. Dr. Ruhal is a member of the Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and analyzes New Delhi and the International Society for Military Law and the Law of War, Brussels. He will be steering the discussion with a truly exceptional panel, each bringing a critical piece of the puzzle. First, we have Captain R.S. Sawan, Senior Fellow, National Maritime Foundation. He has graduated from the National Defense Academy, Kadakswasla, and was commissioned in the Indian Navy on 1996. He is a navigation and direction specialist and has served on board Indian Navy ships as navigating officer. He also served in operational billets both afloat and ashore, which include...
Excuse me. Please, settle down, please. Everyone, hello. Please settle down so that we can start.
Include command assignments on ships as well as a staff tenure at IHQ MOD. Next, we have Dr. Aspasia Pastra, Assistant Professor from the WMUO, Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. She is at the cutting edge exploring how autonomous technologies can protect marine biodiversity. Dr. Pastra joined the WMEO in 2017, and she is currently appointed as Assistant Professor, Ocean Sustainability, Governance and Management. She has been involved in a number of state-of-the-art regulatory projects in maritime policy, ocean technology, port governance, human element, and gender equality. And providing a crucial global perspective is Dr. Makoto Seta, Associate Professor, Graduate School of Asia Pacific Studies from Waseda University. He has a renowned publication on the contribution of the International Organization for Standardization to Ocean Governance. His renowned scholarship will help us connect these ideas to the bigger picture of how legal regimes are evolving in the Indian Ocean and beyond. We would like to introduce our session's rapporteur, Commander Ayo Pacheco, a PhD candidate and research fellow from the esteemed WMEO Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. He will be responsible for capturing the key insights and outcomes of our discussions for the official record. The stage is set for a fascinating discussion. Please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to our moderator, Dr. Sanjit Ruhal, and our panelist speakers.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and I welcome you all in this afternoon session, which is very stimulating, very important, and challenging as well. As we have seen, UNCLOS, public international law, is more focused on state actors. So, briefly, we had a discussion about the responsibility of the individuals, and in that case, we can count on pirates. Pirates, they were considered as the hostis humanis generis, and on that basis, universal jurisdiction was started, and states were agreed that anybody can come and they can take actions against them. Similarly, UNCLOS, if we look at, there are authorities, jurisdictions, responsibilities, again, depends on the states. Based on the states itself, either it is related to the safety, security, ocean governance, all these responsibilities either on the flag state, coastal states, or port states. So accordingly, we have seen the world from that particular angle, but now the world has changed. These non-state actors, they are also present, and they are complementing and contradicting the previous notions of the state actors itself. As I mentioned about piracy, definitely they have a huge influence on maritime security jurisprudence. Even the scholars has written about how the maritime security itself become a particular course or a particular branch of international law. Similarly, if we look at their roles as like corporations, as like TMC, the people are talking about in the deep seabed mining. Similarly, NGOs in the environmental concern, how they are performing their tasks. So they have their influence over the ocean governance. So in this aspect, we have these three eminent speakers, and we will start with the Captain Savan, who is going to deliver an excellent presentation on his topic. He will be discussing about how the non-state actors, they are relevant to the international law, and he will going into the deep of the discussions about the topic. Captain Savan, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There's a disclaimer that I am not a legal expert. I don't hold a degree in law. So today, this afternoon, my presentation is going to be on ocean resources and the role of non-state actors from a practitioner's perspective. And in the course of my presentation, if I go astray or if I make something which is not correct, some statements, then I have my esteemed co-panelists who are experts in their own right to correct me or modify whatever I have said. So I'll begin, and to begin with, there is no single universally recognized definition of non-state actor in international law. However, there are widely accepted definitions, such as the UN perhaps refers to non-state actors as those actors which are not affiliated to states or intergovernmental organizations, but the definition varies, as we have seen. So if I were to attempt describing the non-state actors in the maritime domain, then the first category would be the NGOs and international NGOs, such as the Sea Shepherd Conservation Society, which is famous or notorious depending on how you look at them for their maritime activism, direct action acts, and anti-whaling campaign. And then there is the Stella Maris, which provides succor to seafarers and looks after their welfare. And of course, Oceana, which is perhaps the largest intergovernmental NGO currently. The next category would perhaps be the fishing communities. And I think in the just session before lunch, a lot of focus was there on the fishing industry. So we have, I can cite the examples of the World Forum of Fisher Peoples. This is an organization which was founded in this city in 1997 and today has 29 member organizations from over 23 countries. And of course, India's own National Fish Workers Forum and many other unions like this. Of course, the multinational corporations are major player in the maritime domain and such as the large shipping companies. I can cite examples of Maersk, the Mediterranean Shipping Company, COSCO, and India's own Great Eastern Shipping Company, and many others. Then we can look at these institutions such as Intertanko, Intercargo, BIMCO, etc., which are conglomerations or associations of the shipping industry themselves. And these are also very significant players as far as non-government organizations or non-state actors are concerned. Another category of players is represented by NGOs that certify sustainable food, which do eco-labeling. And there are many such organizations. I have shown one on the screen, the Marine Stewardship Council, but then there is Seafood Watch, Earth Island Institute, Global Aquaculture Alliance, Friend of the Sea, and so on and so forth. And as I will bring out, these are very influential organizations. And in recent decades, as we all know, there has been a spurt in private security companies which provide security to ships at sea and also to ports and harbors. And according to the Security Association of Maritime Industry, SAMI, currently there are over 120 such private companies which are in this field. And here I have cited the example of Hart Maritime and Seagull Maritime. Perhaps the most well-known, but not the only one, is Greenpeace, and I will speak about Greenpeace activism subsequently in my presentation. And there's also this Friends of the Earth, 350 Pacific, and many other such organizations. At the other end of this spectrum are violent and criminal non-state actors. Some of them are loosely organized, and most of them are also independent operators. Some examples are the well-known pirates of the Somalia and the drug cartel of Mexico, that is Sinaloa, and many others. Their crimes vary from human trafficking to drug trafficking, theft, and robbery. Further extremity, to the further extremity lie the terrorist organizations such as Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is very well known, at least in the subcontinent, or infamous in the subcontinent because of their acts of terror, and the Abu Sayyaf group, which mainly operates in Southeast Asia and mainly the Philippines region. And the Houthis of Yemen, of course, deserve a special mention because this is a non-state actor which is now wielding state-like capabilities and influence. So we can see that the impact of non-state actors in the maritime domain ranges from enablers and supporters to advocates and disruptors, and in their most violent form, they challenge and threaten the rules-based order and legal frameworks of the sea. The point that I wish to stress is that the current legal regime of ocean governance has a lot of space in which non-state actors play both positive and negative roles. And in this context, I will be addressing three specific domains. The first has to do with seabed mining, the second, fisheries resources, and third, private actors in the maritime security domain. This is a picture of India's Sagar Nidhi vessel, which operated last December in the Southwest Indian Ocean and carried out imaging of hydrothermal sulfides. And so India, as we all know, is also one of the contracting countries for the International Seabed Authority, along with many others. And this slide shows the four main areas where such contracts have been given out. That is the Indian Ocean, the Northwest Pacific, the Clarion-Clipperton zone in the Pacific, and the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. I will take one example of the role of non-state actors in this domain, and the Metals Company, which was formerly the Deep Green Metals Company of Canada. had acquired the Nauru Oceans Resources Incorporation, that is NORI, and TOML, the Tonga Offshore Mining Company Limited. Both were registered in Nauru and Tonga respectively. And on this slide, you can see the exploration areas allotted by the ISA to Nauru and Tonga. Now, the metals company has been at the forefront of deep seabed exploration. The tempo of their exploration matches, if does not exceed, the rate at which many government agencies are progressing. Just last month, they issued a press statement in which they announced the world-first pre-feasibility study and world-first declaration of mineral reserves in the allotted areas, that is the areas allotted to Tonga and Nauru. It is not surprising, therefore, that among all the 20 contracting parties or states of the ISA, it was Nauru of all which triggered the 2-year rule in 2021. And this rule basically told the ISA that either you give approval for commencing commercial mining, or on the expiry of the 2-year, the Nauru can actually commence commercial exploitation of seabed resources. Of course, whether the metals company had a role in pressurizing the ISA to do this is a big question, but I think there is some connection here, and this is a role which non-state actors play in the maritime domain as far as the legal framework is concerned. In fact, in April this year, the TMC's US subsidiary, which is registered in the US, has submitted application to the NOAA for 2 exploration licenses in the CCZ for under the Deep Sea Bed Hard Mineral Resources Act, or the DSHMRA of the US, for commencing exploration. And the DSHMRA was specifically designed to carry out mining in areas beyond United States EEZ. But I'll leave this issue for now and allow me to skip to another aspect of this same seabed mining activities. In November 23, there was an incident in which the Greenpeace activists from the merchant ship Arctic Sunrise obstructed the exploration by NORI, which is of course a subsidiary of the metals company. And this happened in the NORI D contract area. The Greenpeace activists paddled around this big ship. This is MV Coco, carrying out exploration in the CCZ, and some of them even boarded the ship. And this case was taken to the ISA by NORI, which issued warning to, not warning, but advice to Greenpeace. And then, of course, related to this is the Arctic Sunrise case of 2015, in which there is a PSA award. And I would request the legal experts here to comment on this, maybe during the Q&A, on what is the, how lawful exploration in accordance with UNCLOS can be reconciled with the right to protest at sea, and if any such right exists at all, if any. And of course, the role of non-state actors again, in this case, the Greenpeace. But now I'll move to the next issue, which is fishing. And here you can see there are certain non-state actors who carry out direct action, and Sea Shepherd is one of them. It is registered in many countries, and they have been on, we don't know which side of law they are operating on, although they have taken up some law enforcement duties or responsibilities. And then there are certification agencies which certify sustainable food. In a highly commercialized seafood industry, these agencies are very influential. They decide, or they influence consumer choices, and they have a big role to play, and they can influence policy and even perhaps rules and regulations. But of course, there's a flip side to it. The MSC itself has come under some criticism on the kind of certification they do. They obviously do not have the wherewithal to go out to sea and check each and every type of fishing, or each and every vessel which is fishing at sea. So there's some kind of subjectivity here. And I had alluded earlier to the largely positive roles that are played by the fisher folk welfare groups and organizations which work either independently or in conjunction with the governments. And some of them are shown on the slide. Specifically, the fisheries intelligence and enforcement, that is Fish Eye Africa, has made huge success in this domain. But in fishing too, especially in areas beyond national jurisdiction, there is no uniform regime to address many issues. And some of them are fish aggregation devices, the bycatch issue, and the ghost fishing, or the abandoned, discarded, or otherwise lost fishing gear at sea. how do we mark them, or is there even a regime to control all this beyond, that is in areas beyond national jurisdiction? So last point is about the shipping industry or the shipping sector. The shipping industry itself, the big players, they have a big role. The insurance companies have a big role to play. Shipping intelligence, the way MDA is nowadays being, arrogated to private players, and they are providing intelligence which is bordering on kind of intelligence which looks at military intelligence or open source intelligence. And then the seafarers themselves, their welfare issue, what happens to seafarers when they get stranded, or and then, of course, the presence of violent groups. All of these, including the presence of private military security companies, maritime security companies on board ships, has raised many legal issues, some domestically, and of course, once you go beyond national jurisdictions, then it causes more of maybe a confusion. So to conclude, I think that there is a need to understand the roles of non-state actors more deeply and in greater detail. I think that this area has not been given much thought as of now, and certainly much more done in this regard. Many legal regimes are at play in the maritime domain, and then we must look at how to prevent non-state actors, especially those who have a criminal intent, to prevent the misuse of legal gaps and loopholes in these legal regimes, and also to strengthen best practices such as the BMP4 and BMP5 by the merchant shipping industry, which has come in response of piracy. How to strengthen that, because ultimately that leads to practice, and then practice becomes leads to codification, and maybe in law or even as a customary practice. And then I also think that non-state actors' influence is going to increase in future with improvements in technology. They will have greater reach because of connectivity. They will wield state-like capacity, and autonomous systems, especially those which are going underwater. They will provide them lots of leverage as well as lots of capabilities. So I think there is a need to harmonize the law of the sea and other legal regimes with what are the capabilities of non-state actors in the maritime domain, and how best they can be used to actually strengthen this legal framework instead of undermining it. I thank you very much for your attention.
And the foundation for the session which you have provided, you have covered almost all the aspects related to how we discuss the non-state actors, how we can see what are the roles they are doing in the different sectors. You have spoken about not only pirates, but you have spoken about the private maritime security companies as well, how the Greenpeace and other these private institutions, how they are performing. Sometimes it's challenging as well. So to find out, you mentioned about the Arctic Sunrise case and other issues which are challenging to that aspect on International Seabed Authority from that the corporations. And some of the scholars has also mentioned about maybe on the state actors as well. These corporations on the small developing states, they can put pressures and they can get what they want in that sense. So they have a huge aspect related to their roles, which is increasing. Now, since we have the foundations, fundamentals, which has been covered, we can proceed to another panelist, Dr. Pastra. She will be discussing an excellent, the core specialized aspect on that, the non-state actors and their responsibilities in that. Over to you.
Very much. Thank you. We can upload the presentation. Excellent. So today we will talk about emerging autonomous technologies that are used for the protection of marine biodiversity. And whatever I present to you today is based on the Future Ocean Program we have in the Global Ocean Institute of the World Maritime University, 2028. And in this program, we will make various scenarios about the state of the ocean 50 years ahead of us. So we examine elements such as regime interaction, the role of non-state actors, and the role of the emerging technologies in this regime. So today we will focus on two main concepts based on this program: autonomous technologies and marine biodiversity. So, as we also mentioned in the previous panel, we have a planetary crisis. And it's the three planetary crises. So we have the biodiversity loss, we have the pollution, and we have the climate change. The good news is that we are not helpless. So we have the autonomous underwater vehicles, such as gliders, such as robot submarines, that can help us combat this crisis. And especially, they can help us to protect the marine biodiversity. And when we talk about marine biodiversity, we refer to all the variety of life that exists in our oceans. So if I try to combine these two elements, autonomous underwater technologies with marine biodiversity, we come to this table that was also just published in the Frontiers of Marine Science that shows the ocean essential variables for marine biodiversity on the left column of this table. And the essential ocean variables, it's a way to conceptualize what is marine biodiversity. So when we talk about marine biodiversity, we talk about phytoplankton, zooplankton, about the fishes, sea turtles, coral reefs, that enable us to measure these variables to assess the state of our oceans. And to do this, we do it with a number of platforms, such as the autonomous underwater vehicles, and we use on these platforms a number of sensors. So it may be optical sensors, environmental DNA, and all these technologies, platform sensors, are of utmost importance to protect our marine biodiversity. And as the years go by, the developments are tremendous in these technologies. For example, in 2021, the Harbin Engineering University in China, with the autonomous underwater vehicle Wukong, has broken records by reaching the depths of 10,600 meters in the Mariana Trench. And this is incredible. Then, in 2022, in the National Oceanographic Centre of UK, we had another autonomous vehicle that traveled from Plymouth out to the continental shelf edge of Ireland and back to Plymouth, covering 2,000 kilometers. And then we use them more and more, such as from organizations such as the Goodhall Oceanographic Institution, that these gliders use a variety of sensors, they travel so much, and they collect data that is essential to assess the state of our oceans. But of course, the technology is there, we use it, but there are issues and there are legal challenges. And we try to understand the legal challenges that exist with these technologies, and for this reason, under the Future of the Ocean program of the university, we went to the intergovernmental organizations, we went to the non-state actors, and we made in-depth interviews. And we tried to understand what is the current level and what are the legal challenges with these technologies. And one, maybe the most important challenge, is that the existing international regime wasn't crafted with these unmanned technologies in mind. The regime and the law of the sea were crafted for sea-based research. So these technologies fall in a regulatory gap. And these technologies are drifted. So they may be drifted to the exclusive economic zone of a country. And then there are various questions. And different countries have different procedures that they follow with these technologies. For example, some countries, they don't want these technologies to be drafted in their exclusive economic zone and with their sensors to collect so much data. So this is an important challenge that we have to address. And then there is a complex marine scientific research permission system from nation that varies. So the coastal state has to give permission to organization who wants to collect data with these technologies. But some countries, it's easy to take this permission. Some other countries, they have complex and challenging mechanisms that affect tremendously the marine scientific research. Then we have various security and military concerns, especially in this geopolitical tension that exists in the planet. And there are security concerns from these technologies that maybe also collect a data that is very crucial for the national security of a country. Then we have the marine protected areas, where these areas have specific rules. So it's not easy for these technologies to operate in these areas. But if we don't use it in the marine protected areas, then we cannot assess the status of this area and if the measures have been effective or not. Then we have the issue of the genetic marine resources and data in the seabed areas beyond national jurisdiction, because in the law of the sea, there is no distinction if a private company collects the data or if a state collects the data. So there is no distinction. As long as the collection of data is for peaceful resources, everybody can collect data. But if commercial operators collect data, then we have some challenges with intellectual property rights. And of course, the transfer of marine technology is a legal challenge. How we transfer the capacity, the resources from developed countries to less developed countries. However, these technologies are very important and to collect marine biodiversity, and they are also important in the Indian Ocean, because marine biodiversity in Indian Ocean has a paramount importance. So it is estimated the ocean to host between 11,000 and over 20,000 marine species. Then it hosts a significant portion of the world's tuna catch. It holds about 11% of global coral reefs, and it has one of the largest concentrations of phytoplankton. So over 90% of the Indian Ocean lies deeper than 1,000 meters. And we haven't understood what life exists down there. We just have discovered a few species all around the world. We have discovered 10% of the global species that may exist in our ocean. So we need these oceans because they can go deep, and especially depths above 6,000 meters. And when we talk about marine biodiversity, and if we want to examine the regime that exists there, for example, in the Indian Ocean Rim, first of all, we have to examine the national framework of this country. What laws exist there? What are the biodiversity acts? What is the spatial planning? And when we assess the national framework, then we have to examine what is the international regime. The law of the sea, the BBNJ agreement that is not yet enforced, but it will be, the IMO regime. And then we have to see the whole picture, and we have to see what are the regional mechanisms that exist. For example, in the Indian Ocean Rim, mechanisms such as IORA, the UNEP regional seas, the Nairobi Convention, and all this regime, the role of non-state actors is of paramount importance. And the non-state actors, we heard before what dimension exists. There is the industry, there are non-governmental organizations, there is the scientific community. And they play two roles. One is to work hand in hand with the governments. Non-state actors, we have seen many times, to be in the delegations for the governments and work together to develop policies, for example, and also they can be outsiders, for example, to critique, or to advise, or create lobbies. So the regime interacts, and we have to see the whole picture and how non-state actors play such an important role in each one dimension of the regime. And if we focus in one country, for example, in the national framework of India, we can see, we examine what are the links to marine biodiversity in this regime. And we have identified all the different acts, for example, the Environment Act, the Biological Diversity Act of 2002, which is very important for the country and ensure the protection and conservation of biodiversity. And if we look the regime of India, and many other countries, we see that we have the role of technologies hasn't been underlined so much. The national legal frameworks need to be updated to integrate the emerging technologies for monitoring, conservation, and enforcement. And countries like India, they have realized the need, and the government of India is integrating, is trying to integrate advanced technologies with policy frameworks to improve the monitoring and the implementation of marine life ecosystem strategies. And this is something important. But in this regime interaction, national legislation cannot be standalone. It has to go hand in hand with the legal framework. So such reforms should be aligned with global instruments. And BBNJ agreement has a crucial role to play with it in the protection of marine biodiversity and the role of technologies. What role have to play? And the good news with the BBNJ agreement is now we have a specific part V, which is about capacity building and the transfer of marine technology. And the good news is that marine technology in the BBNJ agreement is such a wide aspect because it includes information and data. It includes manual, equipment, software, knowledge, expertise. Everything can be in marine technology. So when we talk about the transfer of marine technology, we have to conceptualize it as a broad concept. Of course, with this marine technology, we have also challenges because, okay, we have the agreement there, but we now have to focus on the procedural arrangements. So what to transfer, to whom to transfer, under what conditions, with what obligations, and who pays? What will be the role of the private sector in this regime? These technologies are not used only for the protection of marine biodiversity. Many of them are dual technologies for security reasons. So we have to take this into account, the dual use of technologies. And then we have another challenge, is that many regions around the world, they lack baseline data about the marine biodiversity, and we don't have a coordinated approach. So the first step is transparency, and the second step is that with these technologies, we should have data that is open access data, data that we have a common framework to the way that we will collect it and the way we share it. Because BBNJ agreement is about openness, and data from these technologies is of paramount importance. In this regime of the transfer of marine technology, non-state actors have a crucial role to play. And the non-state actors have a crucial role to play in each one dimension of the BBNJ agreement, in the marine genetic resources, in the area-based management tools, in the environmental impact assessments, and of course in the transfer of marine technology. For example, the civil society, as a non-state actor, can play a significant role in the development of courses, workshops for ocean technology, train the young generation of ocean readers on the way they collect ocean, for example, data. Then the scientific community, such as the universities, they can have joint lab projects and instrument tools. They should publish open data. All the information they have about the marine biodiversity should be open to other researchers. And of course, the private sector and the manufacturers of these technologies and the companies can provide technical support, they can provide maintenance, and they can provide internships to the young generation to be trained on this transfer of technology regime. And of course, at the end, non-state actors have the local communities and indigenous people, the last one, the IPLC, as we name it, have also a crucial role to play because they can co-design training so it fits local needs and community. And in this regime, we have to involve the local communities. And all these non-state actors set the basis for what we call citizen science. This is an important element. So the way forward for the transfer of marine technology to be able is that we need guidelines about how to transfer. so as to overcome these challenges I mentioned before. In each country, we need country-driven need assessment and action plan. So each country, bottom-up, has to assess the need it has, the resources it has, what are the gaps, and up-bottom, the policy then should follow. And then we need measures to review the quality of capacity building. We need financial mechanisms, and of course, at the operational level, we need regional partnerships. And we have another mechanism, which is the clear housing mechanism, which should be our open access database, and it will be the centralized system for information sharing. The clearinghouse mechanism that I mentioned before in the transfer of marine technology has a crucial role to play because state parties should determine their capacity needs and priorities through needs assessment in order to support the matching process that aligns with their needs and define where they need assistance. And we, as a university, we operate under the UN mandate, so we are involved in capacity building. And what we try to do is to educate the young generation of ocean leaders about the way they have to collect ocean data, how to collect it from these technologies, where to share it, and what are the crucial elements that they should know. So together with the Marine Biodiversity Observation Network and together with the Earth Center, we join forces and we collected together 24 non-state actors all around the world so as to create a 10-week curriculum that will educate the young generation and the existing ocean leaders about the way we should collect this ocean data. And any of you from the region who is interested in ocean data and in ocean technologies can visit our site, can talk to us, and we can inform the way he can be involved in our project, in the Future of the Ocean project. So, all in all, only through radical collaboration, the active engagement of non-state actors, an adaptive, principle-based governance framework can regime interaction, truly safeguard marine biodiversity, and respond effectively to emerging ocean technologies. So if you need to know more, visit our site, visit our programs. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Professor Pastra, so you have covered holistically that topic related to the need for the technology and the challenges in using the technology and capacity building. And you mentioned about the relevance of non-state actors, especially the academia, how we can contribute, either IMLI or WMU, and how we are contributing to that aspect. With this, I would like to invite the last but not the least, the prominent speaker, Professor Seto. Professor Seto, floor is yours.
So thank you, Chair. So my name is Makoto Seta. So first of all, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizer, and especially for delivering the very delicious Indian lunch. But actually, so this is my first time to come to India, but I have to confess that all the past 3 times, I had a stomach ache. And I believe that probably my stomach may not digest Indian spices. So if tomorrow appear without stomach ache, so please congratulate on me tomorrow. Okay, anyway. So I'd like to start my presentation. So the title of my presentation is Empowerment of the RFMO by Legitimate Action and Non-State Actors. So this is the outline of my presentation. And it's probably, I'm sure that for most of you, this might be too basic, but with regard to the international fishery law regime, so there are some kind of layers. The first one is UNCLOS. So it is regarded as a constitution for the ocean. And of course, it provides many rules on the fisheries. Especially, it successfully introduced the exclusive economic zone regime, and therefore it elaborates the rules of fishing in that zone. And also UNFSA UN Fish Stock Agreement. So it is regarded as the second implementing agreement for the UNCLOS. It mainly focuses on the highly migratory species and strutting stock fishes. And actually, so that agreement empower the regional bodies, so which I will focus in this presentation. But according to the FAO, the third pillar, RFB, regional fishery bodies, can be also divided into two categories. So one is regional fishery management arrangement, and the other one is organization, RFMO. So I wouldn't like to elaborate the distinction between the two kind of a concept, but here, so I'd like to focus on the RFMO. So because I think that the kind of nature or character of organization is important. And with regard to the RFMO, so basically it can be divided into two categories, so based on fish species. So one is tuna RFMO, and the other one is non-tuna. And so here I want to focus on, especially focus on the IOTC, because so this one of the theme of this conference is the focusing on the Indian Ocean Rim. So I want to talk about the IOTC. But I'm sure that some participants are more familiar with IOTC. So if I'm wrong, so please correct me later. But anyway, so here I want to focus on IOTC. Okay. And so next I want to talk about the current challenges of the RFMO. So here, so I want to highlight two challenges. So one is the depletion of fish stock. And I'm also sure that most of you have already seen this kind of chart. So this is published by the FAO. And actually this chart covers the all fish species, not only limiting to the highly migratory fishes and strutting species. So on that point, so it doesn't only focus on the RFMO targeted fish species, but so this chart shows some kind of a general tendency that now the fish stock is depleting, and we have to change fishing policy, and we also have to realize more kind of a fishing industry in more sustainable manner. And actually, so one of my colleagues, Professor Pastra, also mentioned that with regard to the IOTC fishery area, so the fish catch rate has been decreased from 50% to 90%, you mentioned, right? So it indicates that now the fish stock in that region is also decreasing. And the other kind of a challenge is legitimacy of RFMO. So actually recent RFMO can give us some kind of a huge impact on private individuals. In my presentation, I focus on the IUU vessel list procedure by RFMO. But if once a private vessel is listed in the IUU vessel list, so it would be really difficult for the fishing operator or company to continue to fish activities. So this means that the power of RFMO is very strong. So therefore, so the power must be regulated in a proper manner. And in that context, so recently, so both international lawyers, international law experts, and also the IR, so international relations expert, also focus on take up some kind of the concept of legitimacy to examine the performance of RFMOs. And actually, there are many definitions or understanding of legitimacy. And from the perspective of international law, for example, the Professor Thomas Franks also elaborated the concept of legitimacy. And the former judge of the ICHROS, so Judge Wolfram, also talk about what the legitimacy is from the perspective of public international law in the Max Planck Encyclopedia. But here I want to bring the concept defined by the IR experts. So they are the Talberg, sorry for my poor pronunciation, Talberg and Zinn. So the review of international organization has some kind of a special issue on the legitimacy of international organization. And so they define the legitimacy as a relational property determined by the beliefs and the perception of audiences about the exercise of authority. And based on this definition, they examine how international organization can be legitimized or not legitimized, so delegitimized. So this means that so legitimacy cannot be some kind of a fixed at the one point. So so international organization sometimes might be the legitimate, but in other times, so they might not be legitimate, right? So in this way, so sometimes, so the so from some kind of a long term, so it's really important to examine whether RFMOs or international organizations are legitimate. And I apply this framework to the evaluation of the RFMO, and especially to the IOTC. And so next I talk about the regime interaction, so which is one of the topic of this panel. And as I said, so here I want to focus on the IUU phishing vessel list. So actually, most RFMOs, as far as I understand, I think that all RFMOs adopt the so-called IUU phishing vessel list. And in the case of IOTC, so Resolution 2403 established the IUU phishing vessel list. And as I said at the beginning of my presentation, once a vessel is listed on this list, so such a vessel can be excluded from the fishing industry. So because usually the fishing vessel, listed vessel, cannot enter into the port, for example. So this means the vessel cannot engage in the further transaction. And also, in the case of IOTC, for example, even the chartered vessel must be also not be listed on the IUU fishing vessel. So the kind of impact to be listed on the fishing vessel, so IUU fishing vessel list is quite enormous. And also here, I want to highlight that the RFMO's list can be empowered by other international treaties. And the PSMA, so Agreement on Post-State Measure, is one of them. So even if a vessel is listed in the one RFMO list, so the member states of that RFMO, of course, take some kind of punitive measures against those vessels. But it's kind of a closed community of the one RFMO, right? But thanks to the PSMA, so please look at the paragraph 4 of Article 9, which said that if the one vessel is listed in the one RFMO IUU fish list, all party to the PSMA, so which is universal treaty, universal framework, also prohibit from those vessels entering into their ports and also some kind of a further transaction. So the kind of impact listed by RFMO is strengthened by the PSMA. And the another one is WTO Agreement on Fisheries Subsidy, so-called AFS. So according to Article 3 of the AFS, so first of all, states are prohibited from providing or continuing the subsidies to the vessels which engage in IUU fishing. So the question is who decide whether a vessel engage in IUU fishing or not. And on that point, so actually AFS introduced some kind of the specific concept, so-called unaffirmative determination. So this is some kind of a final decision on whether a vessel engage in IUU fishing or not. And according to Article 3.2, in addition to coastal state and flag state, RFMO may have some kind of authority to make an affirmative determination. And the IUU fishing list plays a role as some kind of role as an affirmative determination. So this means that if one vessel is listed by one RFMO, member states of the AFS must stop subsidies to those vessels. So in this way, so the decision or measures taken by RFMO are strengthened by the AFS. But I also have to, of course, I note the fact that the AFS hasn't been entered into force yet. But aside from AFS, so the recent economic treaties such as the CPTPP or the US-Mexico-Canada Agreement or UK-Australia, UK-New Zealand FTA, so those comparatively new free trade agreement provides a similar rules. So there's some kind of international economics or trade rules also empower the RFMO. So this is very positive aspect of the regime interaction of the regime interaction to the RFMO. So next, I address the second theme of this panel, so that is the participation, so non-state actors. So my colleagues also address these issues. And so before talking about the empowerment by non-state actors, here I want to briefly explain the cross-listing with other RFMOs. So as I said, okay, so almost all RFMOs have the IU fishing list. And if one RFMO lists one vessel, in some RFMOs, so those listed vessels are automatically listed in their own IU fishing list. And in the case of the IOTC, so paragraph 31 of the CMM 2403 says that also manifestly lists some other RFMOs like CAMLA, CCSBT, ICAT, or SPREFM, or other, so WCFP, CF4, like that. And once the vessel is listed in those IU fishing list adopted by those RFMOs, so those vessels are also listed in the IOTC list if there is no objection. So actually the member states, so state party to the IOTC has some kind of the authority to object to that automatic listing. But so this is some kind of effect of cross-listing. So, and on that point, so the TMT is a Norwegian NGO, and so its kind of a contribution is very helpful for the RFMO. So because this is a website of which established by TMT, and as its name showed, combined IUU vessel list, we can easily find which vessels are listed in which RFMO. And it's not a kind of a public international organization, but so private, so non-state actor contributed to the listing process of RFMO in this way. And also, I want to introduce the activities conducted by Global Fishing Watch, so which was established by Oceana, Skytruth, and Google, and by using some kind of a modern technology and AIS, and it detects the location of the transshipment, which is also regulated by IOTC in the treaty area of the IOTC. So the small dots indicates the location of the transshipment. And without the monitor by the IOTC staff, the party to the IOTC cannot have the transshipment. So some of them, or most of them, are some kind of illegal transshipment, and they are detected by the kind of contribution by non-state actor like a Global Fishing Watch. And now Global Fishing Watch is applying for the status or as an observer to the IOTC. So if it's admitted, so probably the kind of a cooperation or complementary function of the two organizations, RFMO, IOTC, and Global Fishing Watch would be enhanced. And this is the conclusion. So yeah, now international society as a whole struggle to eliminate IUU fishing. And the RFMO is one of the key actors in the fight against IUU fishing, and therefore its measures are expected to be effective. And at the same time, so given the contemporary trend, and also the power of RFMO, so organizations with strong power such as RFMO must be legitimate. And both regime interactions and cooperation with NGOs may empower the RFMO. So this is the end of my presentation. So, Danyawado. Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much.
Professor Sita, excellent presentation and covered everything about the legitimacy of RFMOs, and you have talked about the contributions which they are making and how they can contribute, not only collecting the data, the available fisheries, apart from that, the implementation part as well, which is very much important. As we have seen that the excellent presentation which has been made by 3 of these panelists, not only we say the panelists, but the experts, how they have contributed beautifully on their each aspect related to it. Now the floor is open for the question. We have 20 minutes for the discussion. I know it is a technical topic, but yes, I can see some hands. Yes. Captain Anurag Bisain first, and then the gentleman sitting there.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the last speaker. You mentioned about the role of RFMOs into regulating of fishing. Now, the problem in Indian Ocean is that, your RFMOs are 2 kinds. One is geographical area RFMOs and one is species-specific RFMOs. So, Indian Ocean, both the regions, 51 and 57, they're covered by IOTC, that is Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. But for non-tuna species, there's no coverage. And you have Southern Indian Ocean Fisheries, COFA, which actually the coverage does not extend to all the areas. And there are huge gaps in the Eastern Indian Ocean as well as in the Northwest Indian Ocean, where non-tuna species are not covered, like squid, for example. And squid is in the food chain of tuna. And this regulation gap is actually utilized by distant water fishing fleet, Chinese distant water fishing fleets, to actually legally fish or illegally fish, in Indian Ocean. So there is a requirement for, covering this regulatory gaps in jurisdiction. That is the first. So what is your comment on that? And the second, another observation is that you mentioned about depleting fish stocks in Indian Ocean. For Indian waters, the situation is not so bad. As per Government of India, data, 91.1% of fish stocks out of 135 species in Indian waters are sustainable. That is official Government of India. So it is not so bad in Indian waters. One of the reasons is that we ourselves do not have a very large deep sea or distant water fishing fleet, because of which large areas of our waters are still sustainable fisheries. Thank you.
Okay, or one by one maybe.
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. And first, I'd like to respond to your second point. And I know that the fish stock situation in Indian Ocean is not that bad. And so I'm from Japan, and I have to say that the kind of western side of the Pacific Ocean is more terrible situation, I have to admit. So on that point, okay, it's going, so on that point, so yeah, in the ocean, to some extent might work, so especially IOTC, okay, might work well. But still I believe that there are possibility for the improvement. And for that purpose, what we can do, or so how those kind of performance can be improved. And from that perspective, so probably the participation of the involvement of the non-state actor would be really helpful. And also some illustration better. So this is some kind of a response to your comment. And with regard to the gap issue, yes, I understand that so there is a gap, and it's used by the many some fishermen, so which have some kind of a malintent. But so now we do not have some kind of effective regime or framework to address this situation. So this is some kind of a limitation of the current international fishery laws. But this fact also gives some kind of an incentive for the coastal states to establish the RFMO, which properly address the fish species in the appropriate fishing area. So, okay, yeah, so there is a gap, but so this means that the regional states or relevant states, so actually, so technically speaking, they are not coastal ones, so, but so long distance beyond the exclusive economic zone, but still, close to those kind of a fishing area, if they are some kind of adjacent to the fishing area, so they have some strong incentive to manage, regulate that fish species and the stock in that area. And so, yeah, because of this kind of a pressure, and I expect that finally the regional states agree on the establishment of the RFMO. And if it's difficult for establish RFMO from the beginning, so it might be one of the steps is to adopt the RFMA, so it might be easier for some states. So because they are not some kind of a permanent organization or established one. So this is my I hope that my answer responds to your question. Thank you.
My question is for Sawant sir. Sir, regarding the private military contractors in maritime domain. So, the navies have a legal framework under which they process after apprehension the pirates and armed robbers. So, is there any existing legal framework or any SOP that these PMCs follow? Also, like many countries have found some applicability of these PMCs in land warfare, if you see. So do you see in coming near future, these PMCs can be used in increasing the MSA, maritime situational awareness?
Thank you. I think as far as the latter part of your question is concerned, whether the PMC is operating on land, so then it doesn't really remain maritime. It doesn't remain a private maritime security company.
So I meant in a way that like maybe in the past 2 decades, they are being extensively being used in the land warfare. But the PMCs have entered in the maritime domain is relatively new. So do you think that maybe these strategies might evolve mainly by the Western nations, and they might start using them for increasing MSA?
Yeah, okay. MSA increasing is not really an issue because maritime situational awareness or maritime domain awareness is, so to say, if I have to use a term, non-invasive, basically just monitoring or carrying out surveillance. The issue is the use of force at sea by private players against maybe the crew on a properly flagged vessel which is carrying out trade, or maybe fishermen. We are all aware of the Enrica Lexi case. Of course, that happened within India's jurisdiction area, that is within EEZ. But if it happens, something like that happens in the area beyond national jurisdiction, then the case becomes quite complicated. As far as the private companies operating on land, then there's a mercenary convention of which I think only 40 odd countries have signed to. So I think internationally there is no real, what do you say, there's no real will to regulate private players in the security domain. That is my opinion. I don't think it's only my opinion. So I think that is what I have to say. And as far as the SOP is concerned, so then you say in the maritime domain, there is as yet, there's no standard SOP, but every private company has made, they have their own SOPs. As far as India is concerned, we do not permit, arms and ammunition by private companies inside our ports or even in our EEZ. They have to be, once a ship enters a port, they have to be sealed and handed over. And then when they go back, sail out, then again they have to take the arms and ammunition.
Thank you,
well,
sir.
Captain Sapan, if I may add a few points to that, to provide any guidelines or the soft law, but later on they have provided the guidelines, and the matter was discussed there at the IMF level as well. Similarly, they have asked for the ISO standards, and the ISO standards, they have been produced, and the states, they have been implemented. Mr. Sethi is not here, but India, that has been implemented. Our Director General, which is DGMA now, they have implemented. Now they need to comply with these standards related to it. So if something happens, they need to abide by the rules of international law accordingly. So the use of force, right, applying the use of force, and when and how it should be used, right. So that standards which has been laid down, and they need to comply with the what kind of weapons or what kind of methods which they are using. So that's there. And Captain Savan has clearly mentioned about how they can be utilized or not utilized about the maritime domain awareness. That's a separate question altogether, but yeah, it's there. Yeah. So now now Commander Kofi, and then we will have Professor Adrionki.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. The first one goes to Captain Sawan. Sir, we know piracy as a universal jurisdiction, but there was a clear and interesting case where a Danish ship problem, because the pirates claimed they were stateless. So they had to be taken to Denmark, given citizenship. It was a whole complex issue. Now, when you have private military operators on board ships, how do you deal with such a problem? Where you arrest them, where are you going to prosecute them, and how do you deal with such a complex problem? My next question goes to Dr. Pastra. Forgive me if I mentioned anything wrongly. How do we ensure timely dissemination of data? Because how timely you get the data is as important as how quality the data is. And also, how do we ensure in this era of unilateralism, and then mistrust among nations and geopolitical tension, how do we ensure that the aspirations of the BBNJ, where we hope of trust, information sharing, and all these things, become a reality? Thank you very much.
So I think what you meant was, if a private maritime security company people are on board a vessel and then they are attacked by pirates, and if in that case then the pirates are apprehended by these people, then what happens? Is that the question, or?
Yes, how do they prosecute them? Assuming they're able to arrest them, how and where do they prosecute them? Because there's a clear case where a naval vessel arrested pirates and prosecuting them became a problem.
Okay, so I do not think, but I will rely on my moderator and co-panelist, that PMSC or the private security people have the power to arrest, because then it goes into a legal thing. You have to produce in court, and there has to be an arresting officer. I don't think, but I'll refer to the moderator.
Would like to answer, otherwise I would be happy to do so.
So according to the UNCLOS, so only the kind of a governmental vessels, including the Navy, are allowed to arrest piracy. So this means that these PMSs, so private actors, cannot arrest pirates. So basically their function is just to defend the vessel and expel the pirates. So through the judicial kind of proceedings, it's a different story. So thank you.
Commander Kofi, it was a very difficult question which you have asked. Yeah. But if you would like to have the follow-up something?
Yeah, because I was going to ask how relevant they are then, because subsequent to the issue of the Esben Snare, which was a Danish ship, an Italian vessel also apprehended pirates. The pirates knew that because of the issue that had happened, they could do nothing to them. So they just followed the pirates, and they made away with the people that captured into the creeks. So how then are we to deal with this when the pirates know that you can't do anything to them, you can't arrest them, you can't do anything to them?
Okay, I will also address the two parts of your question that were referred to me. The first one was how we ensure the timely dissemination of data. So when it comes to these technologies, they collect two types of data. The one is the physical and chemical data for our oceans. So they collect data for salinity of the ocean, the heat, the ice, parameters that they are timely disseminated because we have the World Meteorological Organization, for example, and the National Oceanographic Centers that take the data and predict the weather, and we have and disseminate it timely. However, these technologies, as I presented, they also collect biodiversity data, phytoplankton, zooplankton, fishes, and there is a huge gap. So there is no timely dissemination because each institution, each organization, each government collects data with a different way. So this is where, with the Future of the Ocean program in the World Maritime University, try to do, is to bring together all these non-state actors and the intergovernmental organizations to make the timely dissemination of data and to tell to the everybody who collects data that where they have to store data. For example, there is the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, that it's a network that you can upload your data. So we will guide them how the young generation has to collect data for this. And the second point was about the information sharing of this data and the BBNJ agreement. And I briefly touched, I didn't have the time, there is the provision of the clearinghouse mechanism that all the data, it's up, of course, upon to state parties, should be uploaded there. Different types of data for the different dimensions of the BBNJ, but this is the opportunity where we will achieve trust in data, information sharing. When we have regional cooperation and all the countries together, regional and all the national agencies in a country, they cooperate together and they upload their data there in the clearinghouse mechanism. We can discuss more with the coffee. Thank you.
Professor Adrionke, please give him a mic.
Mr. Moderator, thank you very much. I've already introduced myself, so I don't need to anymore. Mr. Moderator, just to let you know that I discussed with Captain Sawan at lunchtime. I undertook not to ask him difficult questions, but however, I will try and supplement. Now, I don't know how much time we have, but yeah, now, my institution is doing some work on this, the legal regime of non-state actors. We don't have much time here, but I'm quite happy to discuss with anybody at coffee time or tea time outside this because we don't have much time. But let me just, Mr. Sawan, let me just compliment your presentation. There are three aspects there that I would like to deal with. One of them is the responsibilities of armed guards aboard merchant shipping. It's a real problem. The matter is actually a little more complicated than maybe we have covered because there are so many issues to discuss. One of them is a contractual issue between the shipping company as employers of these armed guards. Okay? I mean, an individual vessel contracting with this. The other one is the contract, if any, between the particular shipping vessel and the parent company of the shipping vessel, which can impose a lot of problems. The moderator, you are quite right. The IMO has basically said it's not our responsibilities. And a number of other people have said it's not the responsibility of a lot of other people. One other issue that we have got to consider is at the end of the day, it's the flag state which has got the overall responsibility for whatever happens on that vessel. So what I'm saying is that there are so many issues and there are so many parties to discuss that it's not a very simple issue. Okay? But we can discuss this and outside this conference. The other one is the legal responsibility of combatants, non-state actor combatants. An example here, which we have been working on, are the Houthis, the Yemeni Houthis. The Yemeni Houthis control the largest part of Yemen, but they are not a recognized government. There's a recognized government of Houthis, of Yemen, but they don't control much of the state. But legally, they are the ones who are recognized. Now, the issue has come up because the Houthis are attacking vessels and doing all sorts of things. What are their responsibilities? Now, part of the answer is that they're also they're recognized as non-combatants under the naval warfare. You see, because the law of naval warfare has got clear restrictions on what you can do. But that law applies to state actors. However, non-state actors have got to take that risk, that if they are captured, then they will be treated as if they were state actors or people outside that. Now, the third one, Mr. Chairman, is that I will be very brief because we don't have much time, and which is a more important issue to a lot of us, the influence of non-state actors on national policies and international policies. I have in mind here lobbyists. I don't know, for those of you who have associated or who know anything about the climatic conference, this climatic conference that has been taking place. The latest one was I think in the Arab Emirates. The next one is going to be in Brazil. Now, these lobbyists are well funded. A lot of them, they are well funded by fossil fuel companies. Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether you're aware, but at the last conference in the United Arab Emirates, there were more lobbyists as delegates compared to recognized national delegates. They are very well funded, and they go all over the place. They have side conferences and a lot of other things that they do. The other part of this organization is the fact that, again, those of you who are associated, who know anything about international organizations like IMO, ILO, under the constitution of this institution, they are allowed to have as representatives what we call observers. My experience has shown that more and more of these organizations have got observers. These observers are lobbyists. They're paid by interest, and they are so powerful that they influence a lot of the policies. One of the things they have done, for instance, is that, I don't know whether any of you know anything about the Code of Conduct for Liner Conferences, which was a very good convention. It was effectively killed by non-state actors by way of shipping interests who lobbied their countries, particularly the developed countries, who controlled about 80% of international shipping. They refused to ratify this convention because of the role of non-state actors. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with this, okay. Yes, sir. Since Mr. Sethi is already here, and he was the Director General that time, I referred him in his absence. So now he is present.
My
Maybe he can make...
apologies for missing out the proceedings. I had another international organization meeting. Be that as it may, I was just itching to respond to what he just said in regard to the deployment of armed guards on board merchant ships. This dates back to the phenomenon of Somali piracy. And so with great hesitancy and reservation the IMO, because at that point in time I was in the Directorate General as additional DG, so I was privy to these proceedings firsthand. There was a lot of reluctance in permitting this, but at the end of the day, as a pure submission to as a necessary evil, this was granted. Be that as it may, at the instance of the IMO, the ISO, International Standards Organization, came up with a slew of recommendations, which then was sort of promulgated and was accepted. We, of course, also drew up in 2013 certain rules under the Merchant Shipping Act for this purpose. I think the larger point is that, of course, this was also a contributory fact to the containment of Somali piracy. Apart from the best management practices with the industry adopted, then of course the heavy duty deployment of 41 naval assets in that region. But one has to grudgingly acknowledge the contribution of the armed guards on board. I think the substantive point here is, in terms of the legal architecture, the rules of engagement and the rules of use of force on board a vessel at a given point in time, and the conformity of these armed guards to the overall command and control structure of the master of the ship, I think those were the larger questions. So we've had some unfortunate mishaps where I think these guys were simply trigger happy. They did not yield to the overall diktats of the master. And we know, I think, the chickens came home to roost. But I think the larger question from a legal perspective is rules of engagement, the rules of proportionate use of force, and the consonance to the overall command of the master. Thank you. I know there's we run out of time.
So, sir, the question which was being discussed was this, that if you are aware, sir, can you just enlighten us whether the ISO standards also contain all these ROE or rules of engagement?
No, I'm afraid they did not.
Yes, sir. So that is what...
That's right. So it was a halfway house, because at the end of the day, there was a scramble to get something in place in the international regulations. The ISO was virtually commandeered for this purpose, but it fell short of the optimal requirements. But eventually, I concede the point that it was left to the flag state to determine, because the flag state cannot absolve the eventual responsibility. Whatever happens in terms of, you could have somebody who could be owning the ship, somebody else could be chartering it, etc., or managing the vessel. But fundamentally, the buck stopped at the end of the flag state. It was the responsibility of the flag states to bring in these nuances. Thank you.
Yes, the last, but very quick, Captain Bissain.
I don't have a question, but a small observation. And please correct me if I'm wrong. The impression which I get is that the guidelines for use of armed guards on ships is an endorsed activity, internationally accepted. In my, as far as I understand, it is not. In fact, IMO says that it neither endorses nor condemns the use of private armed guards on board ships. And that is the reason, even though guidelines have been, promulgated, India does not permit armed guards on board ships. And that's why there's a requirement to seal the weapons when it enters India's EEZ. But from your, statement, I got that impression that it's a legal requirement. In my own understanding, it's not. So please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I haven't read recently, but as per my understanding, Captain Bissain, initially IMO was hesitant to passing and or discussing about this issue, but later on they have passed the guidelines. And the guidelines, they were the soft law, but later on the states has implemented and incorporated as our DG Shipping and other Director General of Shippings, they have also implemented the same kind of provisions in their
Apologies, a small course correction. We did not endorse or ratify. Yeah. I would go and say that at the end of the day, this was allowed, we just looked the other way around. It was a wink, if I may use that position. But, because this was an imperative requirement, given the fundamental proposition that was prevailing at the ground level in the sea. What we did in India in 2013, and I had drafted that notification, we said that the armed guards can come in, but they will not disembark with their weapons. They will have to deposit the weapons in the bonded storeroom, which will be sealed and locked by the customs, the boarding officer. They will disembark and they can go wherever they want. Likewise, they would not be permitted to board with weaponry. So we were very clear that because that was not meeting the requirements of the Indian national legislation, the Merchant Shipping Act, the Arms Act, etc., we did not permit that. Now, I know there were, floating armories, about 19 of them in close proximity to India in other jurisdictions. And we had major concerns with that, in terms of their potential risk for maritime safety and security. So we wrote a white paper and submitted to the IMO, which unfortunately did not gain traction, to bring the floating armories under a huge regulatory matrix. That's where things stand.
Thank you very much for the clarifications. And you see how the big brains are sitting and immediately correcting and providing the feedbacks. With this, I thank you, my panelists, for sharing their knowledge, coming to such a long way to discuss these important issues and aspects which they have discussed. So please clap for them for a while. Thank you. Thank you very much.
With that insightful discussion on regime interactions and role of non-state actors, we take a moment to express our sincere gratitude. I now invite Professor Ronald Long to felicitate our dignitaries. Dr. Sanjeet Ruhal, our moderator. Captain R.S. Sawan. Dr. Aspasia Pasta. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short refreshment break. We humbly request you to rejoin us promptly so that we may continue with the next session on schedule. We may proceed with the next session.
Yes, we'll be starting soon. I request everyone to take your seats and be ready for the next session. Thank you.
Good evening to all the dignitaries present here. This session focuses on the ratification and implementation of the BBNJ agreement. This landmark treaty, formerly known as the Agreement on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction. We are honored to have as a moderator Professor Maria Gaunelli, Professor of International Law, Athens Public International Law Center, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, Director LLM in International and European Law, and the President of Greek National Commission of Human Rights, and Board Member of Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policies, with renowned expertise in law of the sea, human rights, and international policy. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our Professor Maria Gaunelli. I now welcome the panel of speakers, Dr. Shiva Tamshetty, Lead Ocean Biodiversity Collective, Associate Professor of Law at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Riza Zakra Dehkos, who will be joining us in online, as Asian Regional Coordinator, High Seas Alliance. Dr. Khalil Hasnali, Senior Research Officer, Institute of Marine Affairs at Trinidad and Tobago. Expertise in marine policy and governance. The reporter for this session will be Mali Trivedi, Teaching and Research Associate, Gujarat Maritime University, who will be capturing the essential insights and highlights of our discussion. Let us extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this introduction, and thank you for welcoming my panel here. Thank you both for being here, and thank you, Rita, on the other side. The issue that we're going to discuss in the next few minutes is really the crux of the matter. How we're going to implement the BBNJ. More and more of us are ratifying the convention, and hopefully within the next General Assembly starting now, we will be able to reach this magical number of 60. But then the huge question implementation would begin. Prepcom has already come together twice, and there would be more and more discussions as COPs would now take over. The questions still remain as to who is going to start on specific issues, how we're going to address these specific issues, and how we're going to deal with the issues that I have no doubt would crop up, perhaps in areas that we have not even considered as yet, or in ways we have not considered as yet. This is inevitable in all international conventions. This is inevitable for all international institutions, but clearly when you do have a new instrument such as this, after such a long gestation period, we're all very keen in figuring out what is happening and how this is going to be addressed. So I would ask first our guests from overseas to start this discussion, and then we can just take each one of you in time. We have 90 minutes for our presentations and our discussion. I think that if you can come up with something a bit less than 20 minutes each, that would give us ample time to proceed. So, without further ado, Ms. Ritsa Sarat-Dehukos is the Asia Regional Coordinator of the High Seas Alliance. She is presently in Manila, in the Philippines, for the very simple reason that the Philippine Senate is actually deliberating the ratification of BBNJ. So she's doing exactly what it is that we're talking about here. And I would invite her to just let us know what is the latest from the field and how, what are the challenges that she, Philippines, and the rest of us would envisage in that respect. Ritsa, this is all yours.
Thank you so much, Prof. Maria, and I'm happy to join this discussion, although I regret not being there in person at the moment. I would like to request the organizer to please share my presentation on screen. So what I will be sharing this afternoon is what are the key institutions that are quite important to set up and to ensure the timely implementation of the treaty. And so I'd like to start my next slide, please. I'd like to start my presentation with this ratification tracker to see where we are now in terms of the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement. So if you will visit the UN treaty page, you will see that there are 57 ratifications to date, but it is 56 countries plus the ratification of the European Union. And if we count, the 56 countries are the only ratifications that will be counted to trigger the 120 days countdown for the treaty to enter into force. So we need just 4 more countries to ratify so that the treaty will, we can start that 120 days countdown. Next slide, please. So with the upcoming high-level week at the UN General Assembly this September 23 to 26, we understand that several countries intend to deposit the ratification instrument there, and if that happens, the first day of the special treaty event is around September 23, and if we're looking at a good date, most likely the BBNJ will enter into force by the 3rd week of January 2026. Next slide, please. So during the waiting period, countries have so much to do, and key organizations and bodies engaged in the BBNJ space are doing so much. Not only on the ratification, but to prepare for the timely implementation of the treaty. Next slide, please. So what you can see here is the timeline that we're looking at since the first organizational meeting that was held last June 2024. We all know that the text of the treaty has left many details open for discussion, particularly the modalities of operationalization of key subsidiary bodies. And the establishment of the BBNJ Preparatory Commission last year is very crucial to address this urgent need so that we'll have the timely implementation of BBNJ, because we want that, we want a conference of parties that is almost set up and ready to roll when we have the first 60 ratifications this month. And so, as I mentioned earlier, last June 2024, during the first organizational meeting of the BBNJ Preparatory Commission, the co-chairs, Belize and Australia, were elected together with the bureau members from each UN regional group. So there are 3 regional members from each UN regional group that composed the bureau of the prepcom. So the agenda of the dates of the first 2 prepcom meetings were also agreed during that meeting by the member states. And we all know that we already completed the first 2 prepcoms, and now we are down to the last one, which is probably the most urgent and important one, first conference of parties. Next slide, please. So what you see is a more simplified, or let's say visualization of what the institutional setup of BBNJ subsidiary bodies in relation with the conference of the parties. So we all know that the COP will be the governing body of BBNJ agreement, and the COP shall make every effort to adopt decisions and recommendations by consensus. But what unique with the BBNJ is the text of the treaty says that except as otherwise provided in this agreement, if all efforts to reach consensus have been exhausted, COP decisions and recommendations on questions of substance, it's important to note the questions of substance shall be adopted by 2/3 majority of the parties present and voting during the COP meeting. And the decisions on questions of procedure shall be adopted by a simple majority on the parties present and voting during the COP meeting. And you can also see on that flowchart that the secretariat who will support the operation of the agreement will manage the clearinghouse mechanism. And then those text in the blue box are the committees or the key subsidiary bodies under the BBNJ. And there are 5 of them. And among these 5 subsidiary bodies, all of them except the Finance Committee will be automatically established once the COP is established. So in the case of the Finance Committee, it has to be approved by the COP before it is established. So according to the text of the agreement, the COP1 convened by the UN Secretary General no later than 1 year after the entry into force. So, and that's why earlier I mentioned that when you reach the 60 ratifications during the high-level week at the UN General Assembly this month, we're looking at the 3rd week of January for the treaty to enter into force, and most likely the COP1 will land somewhere late 2026 or January 2027. Next slide, please. This is also an overview of the chart that I showed earlier. And you can see here that only the Access and Benefit Sharing Committee has a definite number of membership, which is 15 members, according to the text of the agreement. The rest of the memberships of the subsidiary bodies are yet to be decided and determined. And the modalities of all these committees are, among the discussions during the PrepCom. Next slide, please. So no decisions are made until COP1, but the preparatory but the PrepCom discussions definitely will shape the recommendations on how the treaty will actually operate when it enters into force. And so these technical discussions or procedural meetings are not actually abstract, because they will definitely determine whether the treaty is inclusive, science-based, and effective from day one. And we always say that the treaty is just as strong as the institutions that are built upon it. And so I'd like to share in my next few slides some key highlights or salient points of the discussion during PrepCom 2. And in terms of general observation, there was a good sense of ownership, good participation from member states. Although I would like to note that, traveling to attend these meetings also entails a lot of cost, and the voluntary trust fund currently established to support the participation of small island developing states, least developed countries, developing states, and even landlocked developing countries are sometimes not sufficient to provide a sufficient support to the delegation who would like to participate in the meeting. And it usually covers only one delegate from each country. Next slide, please. So on the rules of procedure, I would like to just share on the key issues and some agenda items that were covered both in PrepCom 1 and in PrepCom 2, and one of which is the rules of procedure. And I would like to note some convergence and some diverse views from the delegates. And in terms of the frequency of the meeting of the conference of the parties, there was some general convergence in terms of having an annual meeting in the first few years of of the BBNJ, and then probably shift to possibly every after 2 years, with consideration also on the cost of organizing these meetings. In terms of meeting place, there were some suggestions in the room to have a more flexible arrangement similar to other MEAs. And there are two major divergence on the rules of procedure. One is on observer participation, in which the agreement under Article 48 says that participation of observers shall not be unduly restrictive. And during the PrepCom 2 discussions, there were three options proposed by different delegations. And so at the moment when the PrepCom 2 concluded last August 29, there were still some divergence and differing views on how in terms of the modalities of engaging the observers. I would also like to note some differing views on how the Article 6 and 18, this covers, for example, the Article 6 and 18 is the clause on without prejudice, and the 18 is on ABMT, that says any established area-based management tool, or let's say high seas marine protected area, cannot be used as a basis for any claims or sovereign rights. So there were some differing views on this on the room, and one of which is there were proposals to include or to reflect the interpretation of these articles in the rules of procedure. So some delegates agree, while some delegates are they said that Article 6 and 18 are quite straightforward, and there is no need to include or to reflect those in the rules of procedure. So those are some of the key issues where most of the discussions on the rules of procedure were sort of dedicated. And moving to the subsidiary bodies, generally there is some convergence on limited membership of the subsidiary bodies, and on modalities for effective and flexible cooperation between subsidiary bodies and some autonomy from the COP. So the context is subsidiary bodies, for example, like Access and Benefit Sharing Committee can coordinate with the Finance Committee or even with relevant bodies without the need of having get COP, which the meeting is expected to be held at once a year, because it will take more time if all of the movement or all of the decisions by the subsidiary bodies are are recommended for COP's decision. So there were some sentiments to provide some flexibility on that. And then also on the third point, it's some delegations proposed that the Conference of Parties Rules of Procedure should apply the same to the subsidiary bodies with some flexibility. All right. So on the issue of the scientific and technical body, there were a lot of discussion on when the scientific and technical body should be established, and in terms of the nomination. So based on the text of the agreement, members of the scientific and technical body will serve on expert capacity and should be elected by the COP. And based on the current proposed timeline, it may pose some difficulties for the STB to begin its work until around the second conference of parties or even later. And we would like to note that one of the agreement's most important subsidiary body will be the STB. It has encompassing role in providing scientific and technical advice. For example, review of environmental impact assessment, evaluate proposals for new marine protected areas, and to ensure the timely progress, for example, on global ocean protection targets like 30 by 30, it is very important that the STB members will be elected by the first conference of parties, so that the body will be able to start its work without delay. And on the second, on the next issue on the cooperation with IFBs, we are very happy to see many relevant instrument frameworks and bodies attended and participated in the prepcom 2 discussion. And so there were new proposals to change the language of the rules of procedure that may add unnecessary legal hurdles and risk in delaying the action. Um, but this was sort of met with opposition and with constructive engagement from many RFMOs, and from the High Seas Alliance perspective, the focus now should be on setting up a more practical way to accelerate any coordination and progress in terms of having this conversation not only with RFMOs but other MEAs as well, like for example CBD, CITES, CMS, ISA. So it's important that these enable meaningful and timely collaboration to also prevent delays on any potential slow decision cycles. Next slide, please. And on the secretariat, which is also one of the interesting discussions during the prepcom 2. So the support in general, there was a convergence that the model of the secretariat for BBNJ is still somehow with association to the UN, but with a higher level of autonomy in terms of operation. And so the UNFCCC model is sort of the more popular one in the room, although there has not been a consensus or any general agreement on that. And we would like to note also that in terms of the seat of the secretariat, there are two countries who are who are candidates to host the seat of the secretariat of BBNJ. So one is Belgium, which they propose to host it in Brussels, and the second one is Chile, which they propose to host it in Valparaiso. So there was a general sentiment that the two country candidates should present a parallel proposal for a more constructive and objective evaluation among countries. And then the UN environment also offers to host the administrative role or function of secretariat, and they deliver their offer during the Prepcom as well. So currently, that function is being performed by Dualos as the interim secretariat. And on the moving on the clearinghouse mechanism,
And perhaps
there
concluding
was an
as well?
yes, yes. Just last two slides. So there was an attempt to set up informal group focusing on the technical aspect of the clearinghouse mechanism, but unfortunately, the discussion hit a wall, and the delegates wasn't able to come up with a consensus on in terms of setting up or adopting the terms of reference. So it went back to the co-chairs, but the co-chair assured that there will be some form of clearinghouse mechanism by January 2026. And also these are some discussions on the arrangements with GEF, and in general, there was quite a slow progress than expected. And then, of course, heading to PrepCom 3, we would like to put some emphasis on these points, that this will be the final PrepCom before COP1, and so the focus and urgency in the process is very, very much needed. And intersessional meetings could facilitate to find some convergence from the issues where there are different views from delegations. And we want to note also that in PrepCom 3, for those who will not sign by September 20, which is the last day to sign the agreement, member state cannot participate in the decision making in PrepCom 3. Only those signatories who were able to sign until September 20 and who hasn't ratified it. But of course, state parties are definitely part of the decision making process. So I'll end my presentation there and happy to answer questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very detailed exposition of the difficulties. As we all know, the devil lies in the details. So by the time every one of those issues, minor or even major, some of them being, there would be quite some time in order to figure it out. It is clear, however, that slow the process as it is, for the time being, there seems to be the necessary goodwill to proceed. So let's follow up the situation. So thank you so much, Rita. Now let me turn to Dr. Siva Thambisetti, Associate Professor of Law at the LSE in London, but also the leader at the Ocean Biodiversity Collective. I love the idea of a collective on that. And you would also deal with the practical issues of the BBNJ. So the floor is yours for the next 28 minutes. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you for that introduction. I'm just going to keep my phone here to keep track of time. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation to Professor Long. Thank you for your amazing hospitality, and I'm very pleased to be speaking in such a fabulous room. So I have about 15 minutes, maybe a little more. So I'm going to speak fast because I have a lot to cover. I'm going to talk about really 10 points. And in doing so, I'm going to bring a little bit of the fight in BBNJ Part 2 on marine genetic resources into the room. Now, is it a bit unseemly to be talking about the negotiations now? No, because I think it's when the ratification process and the thinking around ratification is happening that the purpose and intention behind some of what we now see in Part 2 of the agreement comes into its own. The relevance is heightened, I believe. So with that in mind, I've got 10 things I want to bring into the room. I've chosen these because, to my mind, they're very relevant for Part 2, but also because while talking about ratification, I think these points are quite important. So the first 4 are practical. The next 3 are more international in dimension, and the last 3 are perhaps more normative. We could have differences of opinion about all categories, but I think the normative ones leave a little bit more room for discussion and maneuver, if you like. So the first thing I want to bring to the discussion is the fact that many of the provisions of Part 2 of the BBNJ agreement were brought to the negotiating table by developing countries. In fact, I would go so far as to say that 80% of the consensus text between G77 plus China, that's 134 countries, does actually find its place in the treaty. Now, this is extraordinary, and I want to put that up front because it means that now that we've sort of achieved this, you can speak of this in terms of a multilateral developing states win. There's no reason to settle for meager pickings, right? We've already achieved excellence. There's every reason to prevent backsliding into positions that have already been settled. So I think that's quite important. It's also important because this is a very hard-won part of the treaty. A lot of what's there in Part 2 comes directly from the failure of benefit sharing to manifest under the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Nagoya Protocol. So developing countries have paid their price to get here. I also think it's an excellent example of very constructive global South coordination, that goes beyond just critique of the law and policy in access and benefit sharing. So for all these three reasons, I think bearing in mind the fact that developing states had such a huge role to play in the actual text of Part 2 is very important. Now, unfortunately, the preparatory papers, the conference room papers that went into the treaty are not available, and therefore there isn't a ready reference for the intention of the parties and the delegates. So this is a briefing that I produced along with my colleagues, Paul and Claudio, that was presented to the chair of the G77. We took the decision soon after March 2023 to put the entire briefing document up. That's available on SSRN. And if you're interested, you can compare, you can draw the paper trail to the actual agreement. Now, what's important here, of course, is that the proposals that were internal to the G77 built on the cross-regional groups. So the language that you see there, the red coloring, the strikeout, they all indicate positions and interests in the room among the 134 countries. So there was a lot of hard work that went into coming up with this consensus text from all around. And again, I think that should be something that influences and informs ratification of the treaty and implementation, of course. My second point is the fact that digital sequence information is not defined in the agreement, right? So coming up to IGC 4 and 5 and the resume session, there were a lot of very strong undercurrents at play in how DSI is dealt with in public international law. So in the immediate run-up to this, the Convention on Biological Diversity had put out an extensive fact-finding study to see whether DSI had actually resulted in any monetary benefit sharing via domestic legislation and found no evidence of even a single instance of benefit sharing. They also came up with 8 different definitions of DSI. So going into the last 2 rounds, this was already looking impossible to solve, except in December 2022, the CBD COP made a decision that in order to share benefits, you don't need to define DSI. So the BBNJ agreement, insofar as it will be a legally binding agreement, is extraordinary because it deals with digital sequence information for the first time in this way in public international law, but does so without defining it. That is bound to lead to some problems. The third defining feature, I would say, of Part 2 is the relationship between wet or physical biological samples and information. Now, the idea of jettisoning information in favor of just focusing on biological samples is really a strategic disagreement because the physical nature of the sample is what connects to obligations of benefit sharing. And therefore, to come to this point of consensus that information and the samples need to be kept together. Now, for scientists, this is a no-brainer. But nonetheless, we had to spend hours and hours of negotiating resources on deciding this particular issue. And the key mechanism in the agreement in Part 2 that allows this to happen is the batch identifier. the standardized BBNJ batch identifier. In fact, Michael Kanu, who was chair of the Africa group, says in one of the pieces he wrote soon after the last session to say that there was general feeling that if the batch identifier fell in place, a lot of the other pieces of the jigsaw will fall into place. Now, there's a lot to say about the batch identifier. Let me just show you, later on in my slides, there's a QR code of a paper that we produced based on 2 rounds of consultations with stakeholders. That would be helpful if anyone wants to follow up on the batch identifier. Now, this map is very, very interesting because, again, in multiple fora, we've spent hours negotiating, coming to the conclusion or being told that you can't actually trace this digital sequence information. Therefore, having an identifier with the information is not really going to help. Now, I saw this for the first time a few weeks ago, and it really took my breath away. This is not in INSDC databases. So this information in terms of metadata is available. And therefore, the BBNJ has done something remarkable. It has moved the needle in terms of how genetic databases are responding to the community that they want more transparency and more accountability. So this image is really remarkable. My 4th point is what the batch identifier does, right? What it does, once it links the biological samples and the information, there's a cascading set of obligations that are then linked to the batch identifier. Most importantly, reporting mechanisms. So the databases have to, every 2 years, using the batch identifier, report on access to genetic data from their databases. States also have to report, using the batch identifier, any material outcomes like patents, products, and publications. Because the batch identifier has such a high density of legal and policy functions in the agreement, the technical design of the batch identifier has to be fit for purpose. And if it's fit for purpose, it will traverse multiple information domains. It is something that you can use to track where the sample was accessed, how it's moving through publications, patents, databases, and repositories, and possibly even ending up in products. So it's an extraordinary tool to visualize the movement, the workflow of data. And the idea is this sort of transparency makes several things possible in terms of both monetary and non-monetary benefit sharing. So that's the paper we produced in August in time for PrepCom 2. It's quite detailed. It sets out different discussion points that need to be decided. Now, I heard yesterday that there are so many issues that a paper like this raises, questions that cannot be answered. Should we be talking about this before ratification? I think yes. I think you want to get to simplicity on the other side of complexity, not to avoid the complex questions, because through PrepCom 3 and COP 1 and COP 2, there will be path dependency. There will be decisions being made that will get restrictive as we go down the line. So I think being informed about issues before ratification is quite important. Again, I put this slide in with a lot of hesitation because, you can talk all day about intellectual property and why there's no text on IP in the agreement. The main reason, I think, is that internally in the G77 plus China, there was no consensus that the treaty should see reference to IP. Now, I've also come to believe that what we do have in the agreement means that we don't need reference to IP. And that's because what the agreement does in Part 2 is to move beyond chasing individual molecules and products to calibrating, measuring, visualizing aggregate use of marine genetic resources. This aggregate use will then be translated by the ABS committee into a form of tiered fee. So different countries that are using or accessing this data will pay differently when it comes to monetary obligations. Also, Article 43, there is no reference with respect to technology transfer to qualifications such as voluntary or mutually agreed terms. This is a massive achievement for the BBNJ treaty. If anyone's following the pandemic agreement or the failed UN General Assembly resolution that was brought by Switzerland last year on how technology transfer should always be qualified by voluntary, then you will know that not having these qualificatory terms here is actually a significant gain. Okay. I don't think we can talk about biodiversity in the BBNJ without talking about parallel treaty context. Now, this is a difficult scenario, I think, for officials in different ministries because knowledge and information about these treaty contexts are emerging even as you have to make decisions on these treaty contexts. So I can see why this would be quite a difficult thing to do. But what we're seeing from BBNJ, which will eventually be a legally binding context, is a very strong emphasis on identifiers when it comes to genetic resources, a strong emphasis on database obligations. So the decision from COP16, CBD COP16, that put the Kali Fund in place in Para 10 has a long list of database obligations. I would like to think that that's there because we have database obligations in the BBNJ agreement, and that sort of opened up the way forward for this. Okay, I can come back to that if there are any questions. My 7th point is about implementation. Now, I'm going to say something quite provocative. I think for part 2 of the agreement, there isn't need for much action at the state or domestic level. I think what you really have to ensure is that arrangements for the batch identifier are in place, and you have to ensure that you have a voice in the clearinghouse mechanism and in COP1 where the design of the batch identifier will get set. Now, I was at a meeting where the batch identifier was described as taking the diplomatic elevator right to the top. Normally, you'll have a treaty that come into place, take 10 years, set up a committee, and then they will say, okay, we could use an identifier such as the batch identifier. But that didn't happen in that way. It happened right in the IGCs. This was negotiated. The wording was agreed, which is very unusual, again, for public international law. Therefore, I think a lot of the domestic work that could be done in capitals has been done in these negotiating rounds. Also, a lot of the obligations that have to be complied with, such as for databases, for instance, there isn't a natural chain of command, right? So the INSDC database, even if it's based, let's say, in the US, one of the databases based in the US, it doesn't mean that there is a direct chain of command. But databases usually respond to the community that uses them, and therefore that's how the pressure comes in place. So I suppose what I'm suggesting is what is needed for implementation is Global South coordination, Global South presence, and loud voices in these decision-making bodies. Okay, I'm now on my last 3 sort of normative points. Sovereignty. So I've heard it said that because it's biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction and there's no sovereignty questions, we can ratify. Or because there's no sovereignty questions, we don't need to ratify. Now, sovereignty is a big issue in public international law, right? You can debate this in academic terms. It's not only about borders and zones, EEZ zones and beyond. I think once it's an entry into force, the contracting state parties would have created a sovereign interest in upholding the primary rules that they have agreed to then implement. And I think this sort of shifts domestically how you then see what the BBNJ means to you in your capitals. It's a bit of a puzzle, but I think it's something that we sort of need to stay, kind of keep front and center. My second sort of normative point is that this is the coming of age of digital sequence information, also very fragmented. Because between your environment ministries that have grown up with the CBD and the Nagoya Protocol, your health ministries that are just coming off a pandemic, and the ministries that have to deal with BBNJ, where there's a completely different approach, it's important to have a coordinated view of what DSI means to particular developing states. It's not an easy question, but I think it's unavoidable that it needs to be sort of dealt with. Coming to my last point, which is a normative point again, is that there is a real urgent need, I think, drawing upon how Part 2 of BBNJ came to be. There is a real urgency to have a coordinated global South position on digital sequence information, so that when it's being dealt with in all these parallel treaty contexts, there is coherence and there's no backsliding. This is, again, not that easy, because I've become aware in the last few years that people who negotiate at Geneva are not the people who negotiate in New York and are not the people who are in capitals. And therefore, these conversations can get, there can be huge gaps between these conversations. There are really important differences in how DSI is dealt with in the BBNJ agreement. So where the CBD refers to user obligations, we don't have user obligations in the BBNJ. We have state party obligations that have to take measures to ensure that natural persons under their jurisdiction comply with these obligations. And that, I think, creates, it's both easy and difficult, because I think it's easier to keep sight of what states are doing in terms of their measures more than it is for users. So I would say, sort of to sum up, that the BBNJ, at least part 2 of the BBNJ agreement, is a real win for Global South states. But there's a lot more work to be done to preserve the sort of trailblazing element of the agreement. Between this one, which will be legally binding, and voluntary measures such as the Kali Fund. Now, a voluntary measure is not good for creating level playing fields, right? A legally binding agreement will give you that level playing field. And therefore, you take that level playing field and go into the other treaty context to create the traction that you want for the direction that you want to go to. And I think part 2 of the agreement really is a coming of age of the access and benefit sharing movement that sort of started in Rio with the CBD agreement. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Siva. Really a very comprehensive presentation and discussion of all the salient points, and exactly on time as well. Well done, really impressive. I can argue a number of points, yeah, go ahead, that falls into very much what I have been thinking on the wider foundation of the law of the sea these days, and how that the practicalities of the BBNJ, this commitment that states undertake to the high seas at the end of the day, and the fact that they now have a stake in the high seas in a much more pronounced way might actually change the whole concept of the freedom of the high seas, and could eventually lead to a new perspective, if not a new system altogether. But that is, I think, a discussion for the next day. Aspects of that discussion are here already. We had that with critical infrastructure just a moment ago in the room across. But this is very much the kind of questions and challenges that we face today. Thank you so very much. So, last but not least on the day, Khalil Hassan Ali comes from Trinidad and Tobago, where he is the Senior Research Officer at the Institute of Marine Affairs. 20 minutes from now, there you are.
Thank you very much, Maria, and I hope you all don't mind if I stay here to give my presentation. Siva, could I get the clicker, please? The clicker, thanks. So, good afternoon, everyone. Let me start by first thanking the organizers for inviting me to be part of this conference, and also India for being such wonderful hosts in this beautiful country. So, as highlighted by many speakers before me in this conference, we are very close to 60 ratifications of the BBNJ agreement, and therefore the agreement entering into force perhaps by January of next year. Since adoption of the agreement, over the past year or so, we have been engaging in the preparatory commission, where discussions to prepare for entry into force and subsequent implementation of the agreement have been taking place, and Riza, of course, just gave us quite a good summary synopsis of what has been going on in the preparatory commission part of the preparatory process is for states to deliberate on the structure, terms of reference, rules of procedure, and modalities of operation for the various subsidiary bodies that have been established under the agreement. These subsidiary bodies, Reza mentioned a few of them, but they include the Access and Benefit Sharing Committee, the Implementation and Compliance Committee, the Capacity Building and Transfer Marine Technology Committee, and of course the Scientific and Technical Body. Today I'm really here to discuss a paper I co-authored with a couple of friends from the Ocean Voices program out of the University of Edinburgh, Harriet Hardin Davies and Christine Gable. This paper sought to draw lessons from the International Seabed Authority, the Legal and Technical Commission there, which could perhaps be applied in operationalizing the BBNJ's Scientific and Technical Body, or STB. Many of the insights and thoughts from this research really fed into my negotiating group's position. I come from the Caribbean Community, or CARICOM. It fed into our position on the STB, which was tabled in PrepCom 1 and PrepCom 2. But of course, the views presented here are my own and may not necessarily be representative of any particular state or negotiating bloc in the BBNJ process. So for those of us following the BBNJ process, we may know that the STB is established under Part 6 of the agreement, under Article 49, and it is here that its mandate is outlined. We may also know that acting under the authority of and the guidance of the COP, the STB is tasked with providing scientific and technical advice to the COP and providing reports to the COP on its work, as well as performing the functions assigned to it under the BBNJ agreement. These defined functions are numerous, but are mainly concentrated in parts 3 on area-based management tools and Part 4 on EIAs of the agreement. The STB is mentioned 41 times in the agreement, and this slide really gives an idea of the roles and functions assigned to the STB under the agreement. It's a bit hard to read, but it's really just to give you a broad idea of what the STB is meant to do under the agreement. If we look at it, the roles and functions of the STB are very similar to those of the Legal and Technical Commission of the International Seabed Authority. So the schematic on the left gives an idea of the structure of the International Seabed Authority and its organs, while on the schematic on the right, sorry, and on the left is a photo of the LTC members and some of the members of the ISA Secretariat. Established under Article 163 of UNCLOS as an organ of the Council of the International Seabed Authority, the LTC's functions are further elaborated under Article 165 of the Convention. And its roles in relation to activities in the area include, among other things, formulating and keeping under review the rules, regulations, and procedures in relation to activities in the area, reviewing applications for plans of works, supervising exploration or mining activities, including reviews of annual reports submitted by contractors, assessing the environmental implications of activities in the area, developing environmental management plans, and of course making recommendations to the Council on all matters related to exploration and exploitation of non-living marine resources. And by virtue of the similarities in the role and function, as well as, of course, the geographical scope, which is marine areas in areas beyond national jurisdiction, we thought that experience of the LTC, which has been in existence since 1997, could provide invaluable lessons to help determine some of the critical characteristics of the BBNJ's scientific and technical body. And this is indeed the thrust of the paper. In light of the need to develop the terms of reference, modalities for operations, and rules of procedures for the scientific and technical body, beyond the characteristics already outlined in the BBNJ agreement, we came up with really 6 key recommendations. Because of time limitations, I'll give the cliff notes, but if you download the paper, I invite you to download the paper and read the article to get a better idea about what we are proposing and why we're proposing what we're proposing. So, thinking about the size of the STB, of course, balance should always be struck between having wide participation and representation and effectiveness. We thought ideally that 5 seats would be allocated to each UN regional group, and this would bring the number up to 25 STB members. And then we thought that perhaps you can have 1 or 2 additional seats for special interests. The Legal and Technical Commission of the ISA currently has 41 members. And this is considerably more than the 15 members UNCLOS stated should be on the commission, the Legal and Technical Commission. The reason for the ballooning membership of the LTC was that states were never really able to settle on what equitable geographical representation looked like. And over the years, these discussions became very political and really led to expanding membership with each successive term of the LTC. The expanded membership beyond 15 members the 15 members that was called for under UNCLOS. It's not necessarily a bad thing, given the workload of the LTC, but there have been reports produced by the ISA which have said that the LTC functions most effectively with about 24 members. So we thought about this figure and as well as the need for equitable geographic representation in coming up with the potential number of members for the scientific and technical body of the BBNJ agreement. Of course, we also think that there should be scope to allow this number to be adjusted through the COP in the future if the need arises. With regard to term of office, considering the need to enhance institutional memory and continuity whilst allowing for new perspectives, we thought that the body should have a 5-year term of office with the opportunity for members to serve 1 additional term. We also thought that there should be a mix of old members and new members in each term of the STB, an anticipated work program for the forthcoming term, for each forthcoming term, and the profile of members to be re-elected can provide the basis for determining the recommended characteristics of new membership nominees, for example, areas of expertise or gender or where they come from. The LTC has 5-year terms for their members, and some LTC members have said it takes a few years to get fully comfortable in their roles, to really understand and get familiar with the working methods and proficient in what they're actually meant to do. So we thought that this is why a 5-year term with the opportunity for elected members to be re-elected for 1 additional term would work well for the STB. Okay. Our paper also gives, on expertise, our paper also gives an indicative, non-exhaustive list of expertise that may be required on the initial STB membership. We thought that it should include persons appropriately qualified in relevant fields, such as environmental policy, for example, marine environmental planning, marine conservation management, in law, for example, international law, maritime law, environmental law, law of the sea specialists, in natural science, for example, marine ecology, marine biology, marine chemistry, oceanography, climatology, and also, of course, in social science. So, for example, in marine anthropology and social ecology and economics. Relevant traditional knowledge holders and our experts must also have representation on the STB. We offered a few ideas on how TK holders could be represented through the form of an allocated seat on the scientific and technical body. But on expertise, it is indeed important that the composition of the STB and its representativeness across required fields and discipline and knowledge systems should be periodically reviewed and assessed. With regard to transparency, the rules of procedure of the LTC specify that meetings of the Commission shall be held in private unless the Commission decides otherwise. And it goes on to state that the Commission shall take into account the desirability of holding open meetings when issues of general interest to members of the authority which do not involve discussion of confidential information are being discussed. The general practice under the LTC operation has been to hold closed meetings, with the leeway to hold open meetings very rarely exercised. And the lack of transparency in the decision-making processes of the LTC have been among the factors that have led to some commentators to question really the social legitimacy of the deep seabed mining regime. Noting the emphasis on transparency and accountability across the BBNJ agreement, we recommend that meetings of the STB should be open to accredited observers, except when confidential information is being discussed. And as I said, under the LTC, the practices has been to hold closed meetings, where open meetings have rarely ever happened, if happened at all. In the paper, we propose that the mode of operation of the STB should be the opposite, with open meetings being the norm rather than the exception. With regard to inclusivity, these are they're positive practices of the ISA LTC that should be noted and adopted under the BBNJ agreement. To further enhance participation and inclusivity, the STB needs to be afforded full translation services during its meetings and in respect to any of the decisions, recommendations, and other outcome documents of the body. Also, members of the STB from developing countries should be afforded, should be funded to attend meetings of the body, including through the use of the voluntary trust fund established under the BBNJ agreement under Article 52.4. In this regard, it is of utmost importance to keep this fund well-resourced. There have been times in the past where limited resources in the ISA voluntary trust fund have hampered members of the LTC from attending the meetings and thus inhibited the work of the Commission. The voluntary trust fund established under the BBNJ agreement and used during the negotiation of the agreement for a similar purpose, it faced challenges at various points in funding delegations who applied, so we must be very mindful to not have this repeated when the agreement actually comes into force. Last two slides. With regard to decision-making, in line with other decision-making arrangements in the BBNJ agreement, decision-making under the STB should be primarily by consensus, but there must also be the ability to vote if needed. Again, consensus decision-making is practiced under the LTC and has been very successful. Over its 28 years of existence, I think a vote has only been called for once in the LTC. During the prepcom, we have also heard some interesting ideas around having minority opinions being allowed to be expressed and published. And this is something that we should also consider going forward when it comes to the operations of the STB. So, with regard to some of these recommendations and certainly on additional issues such as confidentiality and frequency of meetings, the rules of procedure of the LTC can provide useful language that can serve as a basis for drafting the rules of procedure of the scientific and technical body. There were also a few other issues which we didn't fully pronounce on in the paper, but which we thought are worth further consideration, and which no doubt will have to receive further attention in the prepcom. And we've seen discussions developing around them in the prepcom so far. They include the modalities through which the STB would interact with other bodies under the agreement, the process for the STB to draw upon advice from relevant IFBs, as well as other scientists and experts, and how it may be determined which IFBs or international frameworks and bodies which are relevant. Interpretation, another issue is the interpretation of the terms relevant, traditional knowledge, and suitable qualifications as per Article 49.2 of the agreement, and also enabling conditions and mechanisms and capacity building needs for participation in the scientific and technical body. In closing, of course, we recognize that the LTC is only one of many bodies that we can learn from, but it is important, it is an important one given the similarities with the scientific and technical body. Of course, the BBNJ agreement is an important opportunity to really institute the modern best practice principles for expert advice. And it was hoped that through this paper we could contribute to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Khalil, and apologies for making an addition as a calculus challenge here, but there you are. And I think that you have also added to the discussion on the proper preparation of the implementation of the convention by actually coming to these very detailed form. It's a blueprint, more or less, for the new committee, which we've heard is going to take some time to be in place. There's no question that the International Seabed Authority has some valuable experience and expertise to offer, not only because of it has sustained the challenge of time, but because it has also sustained the challenge of relevance in some of those situations. I have been very, very critical over the years on what I consider the reluctance to take over particular issues, but okay, so far so good, and they can actually move on from that point onwards. With those comments, I would like to thank all the speakers for this initial presentation of their position, and I now address the room and invite questions and comments that you may have. I think there's somebody circulating with a mic. Angelique, we start with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the three presenters. Always lovely to hear from all of you. My question goes to Dr. Siva. Two questions for you, in fact. First off, as many heard from Riza, the discussions around the clearinghouse mechanism and setting up an expert group did not manifest, but the tasks were pretty much clean by the time it got to the co-chairs. And one of the tasks is a process for generating the BBNJ standardized batch identifier. We were at the same workshop where there was a huge push for the DOI model. Any comments on, if you were co-chair, where would you start on this? And I'll take advantage of being in an academic forum to ask this question. In no way trying to take away the control of the co-chairs, but would love to hear your views. The second question is with regards to the same workshop we were at. I left quite disturbed, if you like, after that workshop where there seemed, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong here, there seemed to be an understanding that the BBNJ batch identifier, as much as you could track and trace, you wouldn't get to the point of monetary benefits because it would kind of stop with patents. Like you could trace it only to the point of if it's included in a patent. And obviously that created some levels of question as to whether the BBNJ agreement can actually deliver on monetary benefits if it goes only up to a point. So we'd love to hear your reflections on that, because I certainly felt leaving the workshop quite disturbed. Thanks.
Thank you, Angelique. Siva.
Thank you, Angelique. So yeah, I'm glad you brought both questions into the room. So on the DOI, I'll take the easier question first, the DOI. So yes, I think there are multiple bodies pushing for DOIs. Partly, I think, because in the plant treaty, after a treaty process, they decided to use DOIs as a, with respect to plant germplasm. In the plant treaty, the DOI as an identifier does not play as integral a role in terms of the legal functions and policy functions as we have in the BBNJ. So to me, it is not immediately transposable. One of the issues with the DOI is that the URL itself can be quite opaque. The initial design of the batch identifier in the early briefings, we said it should be something that's human readable and machine readable, for obvious reasons for machine readable. The human readability, I think, is also important because otherwise a lot of this data will get lost and not be visible to the extent that you would want it to be visible. So then the question, I suppose, becomes, can you make a DOI that is not opaque? You know, so you have a BBNJ suffix. So let's say it's a British ship going into the high seas collecting. So you would have a BBNJ suffix, and you would have UK, you could have the date, for instance. So a DOI would fit the definition of a fair, F-A-I-R, fair identifier. But there are other identifiers that would also be fair identifiers. And I think we should really explore the field a bit more. My colleague Paul Oldham is in favor of patent identifiers. They've been around for much longer. They're quite robust in that they do pass through different information domains quite easily. They are human readable as well because the information function is quite a big part of the patent system. But I think where we're heading is that we need a dry run. We need to, I would say, take 3 or 4 different kinds of identifiers, slap it on some samples and sequences, and let it go through the workflows. You shouldn't be doing anything without doing a dry run because you could have unintended consequences. We are doing something in a small way, but I think there's plenty of room for other people to do pilot studies in that respect. I was there in that discussion as well. The second question about, the batch identifier will only take you thus far and no further. So it's a yes and no answer to that, I would say, because what you're trying to do with the batch identifier is not chase individual products, right? That's part of it because we have those milestone payments and royalties. But I think the more fertile, more productive use of the batch identifier is to visualize data. Now, if you can visualize the data in publications and patents, likely, even legally, if you don't say that the batch identifier needs to be propagated into metabolites and products. The problem with that is metabolite databases tend to be private and quite difficult to get into. We may not be able to get them to respond to something like the BBNJ process. But with the batch identifier, you will start seeing things that you could not see before. And you would be able to then say, that product links back to this publication and that patent. And that has a BBNJ identifier attached to it. So, the answers are not going to be simple, but we will start seeing more and more things. Something like Amazon has an identifier for every product that you buy. Right? And even if you start Googling some of these products, a lot of information is available, so Paul tells me. So as the data becomes more and more visible, we will get there. And the batch identifier is largely about measuring aggregate usage. And using that, we will be able to measure who is using how much, even if we cannot chase individual metabolites. So yeah, it's complex, but it's also interesting because it presents opportunities to solve problems. Thank you.
Well, the first step to solving problems is actually measuring them. And I see the whole discussion as a type of measuring, so that you can at least identify which goes where and do what, without even needing to name who is doing exactly what. So I think in spite of the technicalities of the problem that are obvious, the use of it and the importance of it, I think, is equally obvious. There was a question over there, Captain. You do have a mic. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Dr. Hassan Ali. In your presentation, in one of the slides, you showed a lovely table, the breakdown of composition of the STB, region-wise and number of nations. Now, there are two interesting entries I saw, Eastern Europe and Western Europe and others. So why was Europe broken down into these two categories? And what are the nations that would come under others when you say Western Europe and others?
Thanks for the question, Captain. So the groups that you saw, the 5 groups that you saw, actually UN groups. So that's how it's broken down. Where you have Western Europe and others, it's really a group of developed countries. So the others might include countries such as Australia, the US, developed countries of the world.
Just as a counter, like Australia should actually be under the Indo-Pacific then. I mean, this sort of changes the whole geography of the world.
And it has been working fairly well within the UN system.
That's the inheritance of the Second World War. And this is the reason why the Europeans are smiling very broadly and not always happily when they find themselves split up in all kinds of different groups. The members of the European Union, interestingly enough, may be found in 3 different groups. Western Union, Western European and others, and it's always very funny to consider US and Canada as others, along with several other people. Eastern Europe, again, that privileges certain countries in the Union with additional seats, if you like. And there's also Cyprus that goes to Asia for reasons that I find extremely objectionable, but nobody had asked me. So there you are. It's a very complicated kind of thing. Let me remind you that Rita is actually with us as well, very kindly. She has stayed online. So perhaps you might have a question for her. I'm looking around the room if there is any further query. If not, then I think that it would be appropriate to thank my panelists, both online and here present. I think that it is very, very clear that the preparations for the coming into force of the convention are well underway. And if there is one thought that I would take out of this discussion, is this worry that I think is pretty obvious both in our panelists' presentations, but also overall, I think, in the discussion that follows, whether the debate that has been going on during the negotiations would actually continue in the implementation. And I think that is a very real question. It is certainly a challenge, because if we continue having sometimes acrimonious debates on certain aspects, it would become so much more difficult to implement the convention in a proper function. And as I said in the beginning, there are already other questions coming up that we have not even anticipated. So it is imperative to just start on a high level, a high point of common understanding and goodwill. So I will leave things at that, and I would thank you once again for your presentations and your contribution to the discussion, and the audience for being here and following up this debate. Thank you so much.
As we bring this session to a close, it is my honor to extend a heartfelt gratitude to the distinguished moderator and speakers. I would like to invite Dr. Aspasia Pasta to felicitate our moderator, Maria Gaunelli. and our speakers, Dr. Shiva Tamshetty. Dr. Khalil Asnali. And our reporter for this session, Ms. Millie Trivedi. Moving on to the keynote address, it is with great pleasure that we welcome our distinguished speaker, an individual whose career offers a fascinating glimpse into the intricate world of international diplomacy and law. Dr. Charlie Ganjana Gunchon joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2007 in the Crucial Treaty Division. He is now the Director of the Legal Affairs Division and oversees various legal issues such as the law of the sea, privilege and immunity, and environmental law, and also the law on cybersecurity. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Mr. Charlie Ganjana Gunchon.
Dear colleagues, it is an honor to be here. Thank you for having me. First of all, my profound gratitude to the organizers, the Gujarat Maritime University, the Stockholm Center for International Law, and the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute for sponsoring the event. Now, colleagues, in preparing this speech for you, I was thinking I wanted to say something at the end of the day that would not bore you too much and would give you a different perspective, perhaps, because most of you are probably academics, and I would like to give you a perspective from a government and practitioner perspective. So this evening, I would like to reflect on 3 dimensions of Thailand's journey in ocean governance. First of all, are key domestic challenges that we face. Secondly, the progress, or some progress that we have achieved. And thirdly, the broader international responsibilities that lie ahead for Thailand and the region. Thailand today stands at a pivotal and promising moment in the governance of its seas. Our maritime domain is vast, resource-rich, strategically significant, offering both opportunities and responsibilities. Yet, as many of you know, as coastal nations, we face complex challenges. These challenges, I like to tell you, fall into 3 main categories. The first one is procedural, the second one is institutional, and the third one is political. First, we face lengthy domestic legal and procedural processes. Thailand signed UNCLOS in 1982 when it was concluded. Guess how many years it took us to ratify? 28 years. Right? That's not because we are lazy or we're inefficient, but rather the lengthy delay reflects the procedural complexity that have long characterized our legal and admin system. Each stage of the ratification process required extensive review, including parliamentary scrutiny, interministerial consultations, and amendments to multiple domestic laws. This is also because UNCLOS was such a complex treaty. We admit we had problems implementing it, but we achieved it at the end. Secondly, we always have problems designating a lead agency. Ocean governance in Thailand is governed by a broad range of laws and regulations, including the Fisheries Act, the Promotion of Maritime and Coastal Resources Management Act, and other acts in Thailand. Authority for these laws is dispersed across multiple ministries, departments, leading to duplication, inefficiency, and inconsistency. With new international agreements, such as the BBNJ agreement, the question is, how do we make this more efficient? Third, sometimes there is inefficient political will and awareness. Here lies the divide between technical expertise and political priorities. Lawyers like us, scientists, policy specialists emphasize sustainability and evidence-based solutions. Politicians, unfortunately, not so much. They look for short-term economic and electoral considerations. This slows reform and weakens implementations. Therefore, experts must communicate in ways that resonate with political priorities, while leaders must recognize the strategic and economic values of ocean governance. The tension between politics and expertise is not unique to Thailand. It is also evident internationally on issues such as climate change, biodiversity, marine pollution, and scientific consensus too often meets political hesitation. Now, secondly, let's turn to our progress. In Thailand, we have taken steps ahead. We have established the Thai Maritime Enforcement Command Center, which has provided a first integrated platform for maritime enforcement. Thailand successfully addressed the European Union's concerns regarding illegal fishing. That was quite a task. And we finally removed the EU's yellow card in 2019. We also adopted our National Maritime Security Plan for 2023-2027, which seeks to address maritime threats comprehensively while promoting the sustainable use of maritime resources for economic development. This plan includes the development of maritime situation awareness systems, strengthened enforcement against IUU fishing, and delineation and management of maritime. Furthermore, Thailand is moving ahead with the creation of the National Marine Knowledge Management Organization to strengthen evidence-based policymaking, support research, and drive innovation in the maritime domain. These reforms demonstrate that Thailand is working hard. The task ahead, I'm sure for many countries and the region, is to consolidate these achievements and ensure that our institutions are efficient, our laws are aligned with international standards, and our governance rooted in sustainability and cooperation. But Thailand's expertise is the only part of the larger story. The challenges we face at home are mirrored and magnified on the international stage. Allow me to highlight three key areas of the international challenges. The first international challenge is, as we've heard today, is the BBNJ agreement. Through ratification by a critical mass of states is fast approaching, the convening of the first conference of the parties will have its challenges. I was in New York 2 weeks ago for the prepcom. Enough to say, we have a lot of work ahead. The clearinghouse mechanism, the financing mechanisms, finding synergies with other international bodies and agreements, just to name a few. Further, there is the gap between developed and developing countries. Developed states already have the fleets, the technology, the infrastructure to benefit. Developing states, and especially SIDS, do not. Thailand, located close to the EEZ of our neighbors, has no direct access to the high seas. nor do we have fleets or infrastructure to explore the marine genetic resources in the high seas. This challenge is not ours alone. It is shared by SIDS and many developing countries. So colleagues, I put this to you. How can we create a governance system where benefits are shared fairly and not monopolized by those with the deepest pockets and most advanced chips? The answer lies in capacity building, technology transfer, and meaningful participation. Without these, the BBNJ agreement risks being a treaty of aspiration rather than transformation. The second internal challenge is the climate change and sea level rise. Rising seas threaten to submerge base points, shift baselines, and shrink economic zones. In Southeast Asia, the impacts are not abstract. They are already visible: flooding, erosion, and displacement of coastal communities. For Thailand, this is deeply personal. Studies suggest that within 50 years, large parts of our capital city, Bangkok, could be underwater if current trends continue. Imagine that, our political, economic, and cultural heart at risk of being submerged. And Thailand is not alone. Around the world, from Jakarta to Malé, from coastal Africa to the Pacific Islands, nations are considering relocating our capitals and populations because of rising seas. This unresolved challenge demands urgent legal innovation within the UN framework and with the guidance of the ILC. But more than that, it demands solidarity. Because if Bangkok, Jakarta, or Malé are at risk, then so too is the security and prosperity of our region. The third challenge, actually mentioned earlier today, is the global plastic treaty negotiations and environmental governance. Negotiations toward a global treaty reveal a deep struggle between ambition and practicality. Here, the conflict is sharp, between industry interests and environmental sustainability. Some economies rely heavily on plastic production. For them, radical restrictions risk disrupting industries and jobs. Others call for urgent elimination of plastics to protect the environment. Thailand sits at the crossroads. We are a major plastic producer, but also a country suffering from marine plastic pollution. So what is the way forward? From our view, the solution must lie in the middle ground, a treaty that is ambitious yet practical, aiming for reduction and elimination of harmful plastics while acknowledging the realities of industrial dependence. Colleagues, Thailand's journey reflects three truths. One, the challenges are real. We have struggled with slow reforms, fragmented institutions, and political divides. But two, achievements are possible. Through persistence, we have built new institutions, addressed illegal fishing, and strengthened maritime security. Thirdly, wider international problems demand urgent cooperation. Whether it is the fair implementation of the BBNJ agreement, the legal adaptation to climate change, or the effort to reconcile industrial needs with environmental imperatives in a global plastic treaty. For Thailand, the lesson is clear. Progress comes when expertise, political will, and cooperation align. For our region, the opportunity is greater still. The Indian Ocean Rim is not only a crossroad of trade, it can also be a lighthouse of global ocean governance. If we balance science with equity, law with sustainability, national interest with global responsibility, then together we can ensure that our oceans remain a foundation of security, prosperity, and resilience. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Charlie was superb, so please, and if you stand in the middle. Yes.
To
to extend our deepest gratitude to Mr. Charlie Ganyana Gunchon for delivering such a thoughtful and inspiring closing keynote. The clarity and vision you shared have truly brought to a meaningful conclusion. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Non Long, sir, to do the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a short break of 10 minutes and kindly rejoin us. We have a wonderful lineup of traditional cultural performances by the students of Gujarat Maritime University. Thank you all.
ये लैपटॉप भी हटवा ले।
सोमपाल जी
पिंकू है उसको बोल बाहर में वो नहीं करता पिंकू बाहर वो आया हुआ विकास है फील्ड वाला उससे क्लिकर लिया ना क्लिकर गुड लाइट बाहर वहाँ पे ढलान वाले पे नीचे है ठीक है म्यूट कर जा राकेश
Ultra beats on the track.
Check. Check.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to inform all the delegates, dignitaries, participants to take your seat so that we may proceed with the cultural events. Thank you.
as a dance of farmers, which expresses joys after a successful harvest, Bhangra has now become a symbol of Punjabi culture worldwide. It is mostly performed to the lively beats of dhols and is accompanied by traditional folk songs. Let's welcome our performers on the stage.
ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਨੀਮੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਰ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਪੱਲੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਖੜਾ ਲੁਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਲੈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਰੀ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ ਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੋਈ ਮੁਟਿਆਰ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਕੇ ਰਹੀ
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਨੀ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾ ਪਤੋਲ ਕੇ ਕੰਡਾ ਕੱਢੀ ਦਾ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਨੀ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾ ਪਤੋਲ ਕੇ ਕੰਡਾ ਕੱਢੀ ਦਾ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਥੱਲੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਬੋਝ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ ਲੁੱਟਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੌਜਾਂ ਦਿਲ ਖੋਲ ਕੇ ਹਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਪੈਗ ਵੱਲੀਏ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਪੰਗੜੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਡਿੱਗੀ ਖੋਲ ਕੇ ਨੀ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਪੈਗ ਵੱਲੀਏ ਰਹਿਣ ਸੀਟ ਥੱਲੇ ਨੱਚਦੀਆਂ ਬੋਤਲਾਂ ਚਾਰ ਰੱਖੀ ਦੇ ਗਲਾਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੱਚ ਦੇ ਆੜੀ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰੂਦਾਰੀਆਂ ਰੰਗ ਬੰਨਦੇ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਦੇਸੀ ਟੱਚ ਦੇ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਹੀ ਛੱਡ ਗਈ ਮਸ਼ੂਕ ਦਾ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਪੀਤੀ ਜੀ ਦੁੱਖ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਨੀ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਪੈਗ ਵੱਲੀਏ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਪੰਗੜੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਡਿੱਗੀ ਖੋਲ ਕੇ ਨੀ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਪੈਗ ਵੱਲੀਏ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਪੰਗੜੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਡਿੱਗੀ ਖੋਲ ਕੇ
That was truly a powerhouse of talent and spirit. A heartfelt thanks to the performers for setting the stage on fire.
Today, we explored Kerala's grace, the devotion of Bollywood, the artistry of Kathak, the tenderness of Bharatnatyam, the joyous circles of Garba, and the boundless spirit of Bhangra.
Each performance told a story of love, unity, and diversity, reflecting the rich culture heritage of India. On behalf of the organizing committee, deep gratitude to every performer and to the participants for being the part of this journey. Thank you, and may the rhythm of culture continue to unite hearts across continents.
With this, we bring the second day of our conference to a dignified close. We hope that the cultural performance offered a glimpse into the richness of our heritage, helping everyone present here experience the warmth of our cherished tradition.
We look forward to welcoming you all again tomorrow as we commence the third day of the conference, continuing this voyage of learning and cooperation. Thank you all.
Now I'd like to invite all the guests to take a picture with our artists and performers on the stage. Please come, sir. Come. One team.
Thank you all. A kind information, please join us for the dinner at 6:45. I repeat, 6:45, please join us for the dinner.